Other guys were standing outside. So when she was driving off, she waved at me like goodbye. And then I'm like, yo, I came back in like, yo, that chick want me, bro. She digging me, dog. Right? And they like, man, that girl ain't thinking about you. So then, it's crazy how fate works because, it could have been one of those things where she never came back. But the cool thing is, whenever you buy a suit, they had to get the suit altered, like get the pants done, y'all know what I'm saying, had to get alterations done. And you have to write your information down on an alteration ticket. So then I realized the number is on the alteration ticket. So I'm like, yo, this is crazy. So then I actually called the house. And she was like 19 years old, young. I think I was 21 at the time. She was 19. So, like crazy, right? Turned out that she came back to pick up the suit. So I'm, like she walks in the door and immediately I recognize who she is. And I'm like, yo, you came back. Like that was the exact words that I used. I was like, yo, you came back. Like, yo, we need to go out. And in Detroit, during that time, I think it was like, we were living in Detroit at the time. And
shout out to Detroit.
It's like the Detroit Grand Prix was, I think, that weekend or something. Something was going on that weekend. And I was like, yo,
shout out to the Detroit Grand Prix.
We need to get together. Like, let's go downtown, hang out. Like, for whatever reason, I was excited. And at that time, I didn't usually respond to women that way, but it was just something about her. We just really clicked. We went to Greektown in Detroit for our first date. I took her to like a pizza place. I forget the name of the pizza restaurant. It was like Nikki's Pizza or something like that. And I remember, letting her parents know, like, I'm not going to have her out too late. I'll get her back home, decent time or whatever. I was a man of my word. We had a great date, had a nice bite to eat, had a little drink, and then, took her back home. We kissed and, it was a, typical, wonderful first date, But after that first date, we were locked in. Fast forward, we actually got married in 2000. Guess what? On June 5th, which is crazy. So like 3 years to the date, 97 June 5th, we met. June 5th, 2000, we got married. Just to rewind to when we originally started really locking in and really getting to a place where we're really committed. And I'll never forget this to this day. She stopped me one day and we were grocery shopping or something like that, hanging out. And she stopped me, looked me in the eyes, and she said, "Are you sure you want to do this with me? Are you
Now don't forget this part, fellas, because it's going to get crazy.
Sure you want to get involved with me? Because I have a lot of problems." Now, obviously that's a huge red flag, but at the time I didn't think of like, I'm just in love with this girl. We having a great time. And so I didn't think what was to come with that statement. I have a lot of problems. And so, I'm like, let's do it. I'm not worried. Whatever problems you got, I can help you through it. We can see our way through it. We get married, and then we're thinking, at the time we were living on campus at University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. So then we're thinking, okay, like, what are we gonna do? Like, cause we love to travel. Like in the couple of years that we were together, we took a couple trips together, and both of us always just love to travel. So we're like, hey, what are we gonna do? Where do we want to go? And so we both decided, and we were looking at different programs that were available, like Peace Corps, AmeriCorps. We were thinking about going somewhere overseas.
Okay, guys. For all you guys, thank you guys for being patient. We froze for a split second. All you guys over on Love Crossing Borders, shout out to all you guys that are just coming in. We are listening to the 20-part story. So make sure you got your drink in hand. It's Friday night. Shout out to you guys. We're going to talk once again. We're going to take a break a little later, talk about the Children's Cancer Foundation. Thank all you guys who have helped us made it to the threshold of the $500 beyond that we want to donate. And now we're going to go for a couple more weeks to see how much more we can donate to the Children's Cancer Foundation. But we have hit that threshold of $500. Shout out to you guys that are here, that are donating as well. Shout out to my man, a Blade Runner once again, with the extra extra $5. Shout out to my man Hombre Lubo in the building for the $5. Once again, my man Tori yesterday gave the $10. My man T-Mac gave $10 yesterday as well. James Wingate the third with the $2. We appreciate you. Blade Runner once again with the $5, and my man Don for the Children's Cancer Foundation, $100. Appreciate what you guys have done. We did pause for a second to let all those who are on Love Crossing Borders. Here's what happened. I thought I set up the link for Love Crossing Borders like we usually do. I set it up for our other channel, Love Crossing Borders Live. So now you guys are watching from Rumble, Facebook, Love Crossing Borders, and Love Crossing Borders Live. Shout out to you, Rumble, young man, Rumble. Let's continue on. This is a story about a brother that simped out for 20 years. He simped out because the sex was so crazy.
So we chose California. We found a great program, an AmeriCorps program, which is similar to Peace Corps, except it's just within the United States. It's not abroad. And so we chose California. I love California. I visited there once, San Jose. And then so we decided we picked a program in San Jose, California. So we went out there and basically moved everything. Like we just left whatever we had in Michigan and just uprooted and moved to California. Probably one of the best times of my life for sure. I would think she would say the same. But God, man, we had such a great time in California. So while we're living there, her sister, and she has two other sisters, one of her sisters had moved and met a great gentleman that is in the gospel music industry and moved to Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. Well, just outside of Nashville, a little town called Murfreesboro. So sister's all excited. She is like, just loves being around her family. So now that she's got this great husband, she's moved to Tennessee, she's trying to get the rest of her family to come. So they invited us to come visit. We to Tennessee, take a break from our program in California. We fly to Tennessee. Had a phenomenal time with them in Tennessee, and they were just starting a church in Tennessee. And at that time, I was like, yo, they doing some great things in Tennessee, you know. And I'm thinking like, I think it'd be great for us to make a move there. And looking back, you know.
Before he goes any further, I'm going to show you guys who her brother-in-law is. He said that his wife's sister married a guy. They went to Tennessee and they decided, like, listen, let's move there where they are too. I'll show you guys who the brother is that the sister married. For those of you guys that listen to gospel music, you know who this is. This is Ben Tankard. Ben Tankard is the Kenny G of gospel music. In the late 90s and all the way through the 2000s, Ben Tankard was nothing but smooth jazz. He took gospel music and put it into smooth jazz. He was the best one that did it, made millions upon millions of dollars. Like I said, this brother is the Kenny G of gospel music. So all your favorite gospel songs, he turned it into jazz form. And since he was the only one that was out there doing it, I've seen him in concert. So this him, like I said, this him and his lady, this the reality show that they had. So when he talks about his brother-in-law and his wife's sister, Marion, this is the wife's sister. This is who he's talking about, the famous jazz singer, the jazz performer, Ben Tankard. He's really good, man. I'm a Ben Taker fan, so I won't even lie to you. I'm a jazz man and I'm a Ben Taker fan. So just to let you guys know who he's talking about, let's get back to the video.
Times and decisions that we've made, and this is the
Salute to you
interesting
guys that are coming
thing
in from Love
about
Crossing Borders.
dealing with a particular type of individual that is somewhat, not somewhat, but that is manipulative. They will make you think every move that you make was your idea, but looking back on it, I feel like some of it she planted in my head but made it look like it was my idea, so she didn't have to feel like she was like had any fault in it if anything went wrong. But anyway, we had a conversation. We decided, man, we love what they're doing in Tennessee. You know, it'd be great to be around family. Now, if you ask her, she'll say, oh, I never wanted to be around my family. But that's, once again, we'll get into that whole thing about how she cut her whole family off. She doesn't talk to her sisters anymore. She doesn't talk to her parents anymore. And we'll get into that later.
Before we go any further, remember, this dude was in love with a psycho sister. We often say sister's crazy. Yeah, you about to see how psycho this sister actually is in real life, and he simped for it for 20 years. If you guys don't mind, who have not subscribed to Love Crossing Borders Live, could you do me a favor? Not you Love Crossing Borders Live guys. You guys who are already coming in from Love Crossing Borders, our old channel, can you do me a favor? Subscribe to Love Crossing Borders Live. Why do we have that? It's our backup channel. Yeah, we don't trust YouTube like that no more. So if anything happens, we all can still do live streams, connect with each other, still have this channel, and I can still share information with you guys. But if Love Crossing Borders gets shuts down again, like we still don't have full access to Love Crossing Borders, and we never will again. Like I can't just put I can't go to the comment section of Love Crossing Borders and control the comment section. I can't drop a single video in Love Crossing Borders like I want to. I have access to Love Crossing Borders Live. So just in case anything happens, guys, we need a backup plan. And the backup plan is Love Crossing Borders Live and Andrea Wallace TV. So I'm going to be dropping the link throughout the whole night of Andrea's channel and Love Crossing Borders Live and Rumble. Make sure, gentlemen, please subscribe to all three if we have been a quality channel for you and you want to keep this going. Just in case anything happens, we have Love Crossing Borders Live to fall back on. Let's continue.
But we decided, okay, we're moving to Tennessee. Showed up at the church, joined the church that day, and that was the first time I had ever been a part of a church in my life because I was actually raised in the Nation of Islam. My whole family is Muslim. So this was my first time being a part of a church, but I'm thinking this is my wife, this is my family. Let's lock in and make it happen. So we joined the church and moved there, started connecting with the family. And shortly after is when shortly after moving there is where we experienced the first time my ex-wife was involuntarily admitted to a mental health facility.
Don't let that go by. They get to Tennessee, they think they're gonna be living good like Ben Tankard and his wife that are millionaires. They thinking they just joined their church, everything is going good. And then right after they move there, she has her first psychiatric breakdown.
Pick that up on the next
one.
At this point, I'm already, the family loves me, the mother and father, they love me. I'm already really ingrained with the family. And so here he comes in. Now he's the new guy. I remember we were having family meetings. Hey, we don't even know this guy because he was just talking so big and talking about how he got airplanes and this kind of thing. And then I remember saying, that nigga ain't got no airplane, like that ain't nothing, nobody's really doing. But the funny thing about that story is we moved to California, and when they got married and moved to Tennessee and we went and visited them, it turned out the nigga did have an airplane. And then we actually...
Before we go any further, let's verify. That's Ben Tankard. Like I say, he's a very famous gospel performer. He does gospel jazz music. He's the Kenny G of gospel music. The dude is like that. Like I said, I've seen him in concert twice. Ben Tankard is that man. So Who he's talking about is not a joke. And yes, Ben Tankard does have airplanes. This brother does fly planes. That's his hobby. So it's not uncommon to see a black man. That's him and his wife in one of his planes. I love when I see brothers that got pilot license, man. That's just one of his planes. So yes, Ben Tankard does, like some people collect cars. Brother Ben Tankard, when he's not performing, he's collecting planes. So that is his thing. Once again, if you guys have never listened to Ben Tankard, I highly recommend, even if you're not into gospel music, if you're into jazz, he's really, really good, brother. And so to see him make millions, yeah, he ain't lying. Let's go back to the video.
In their plane from Tennessee, and they were going to minister at a church in Detroit. So we actually flew to Detroit from Tennessee in their plane and just had a really, really, really great time. And this is where the reason I fast forwarded so much is our relationship was phenomenal all the dating years. And so we were deciding where we wanted to settle at in the town. So we actually moved in with her mother and father. And just a little bit about her mother and father. With me growing up, their mother and father are still together. I still have a great relationship with the mother and father. And they were with her mother and father. And they were one of the first couples that I had ever seen that were actually still together. Their mother, during our dating years, their mother fixed him dinner and really catered to her husband. It was just a really great family atmosphere. Shortly after we moved in, there were some things that started to happen. And this is the part where I'm a little, man, do I really want to tell this part? Because I don't want to put other people's business out there, but I don't think they would mind. But I don't, look, you just do what you got to do. We'll just get into it. I can delete the video if somebody feels a certain way about it. So we're living with their mother and father. And at the same time, she has her other sister who moves in. So as I mentioned, she has two sisters. She has the sister who married the gentleman who is in the gospel music industry.
That's really Ben Tankard.
Phenomenal artist. Right? He's in the gospel music industry. So you got that sister. They have their own home. And then her other sister had recently got divorced from her husband. She wound up moving to Tennessee as well from Detroit. And she moved in with the mother and father as well. So we're all in the house together. So now I'm leading up to the first huge event where my ex-wife was first admitted to a mental health facility. So what I've learned over the years is she goes into what I call, or what I've titled, just based on research, trying to figure out what is going on with this girl. She goes into what I call manic episodes. And it's usually built up from really stressful events that happen. And so in this particular event that I'm about to tell you about was one of those really stressful events that came about. And it was my first time seeing her in a manic state, to the point that I had to call 911.
Now, the reason why my man got the bandage on his neck, and you're going to notice in a few episodes his eyes get a little red, he just had thyroid surgery on his neck. So he had surgery on his thyroids. And so that's why he has the bandages on his neck. And you're going to see in some episodes his eyes get a little red. That's because of the healing process.
Get paramedics out, and eventually she was involuntarily admitted to a mental health facility. But I'll get into that part of the story on the next part. And so her parents, in the house that they were in, it had got to a point to where the lease was coming to an end. They were trying to renew the lease. Something with the landlord, just something, whatever it was, didn't work out. And as I mentioned, my ex, whenever she would go into these mental or manic states, it was always around some sort of stress. There's some issues going on with the landlord. It's turning out that we're going to have to move out of the house pretty quickly. So my wife and I are trying to figure out where we're going to go. Their parents are figuring out what they want to do. Sister's doing the same. So with all of this going on, her behavior just became, for lack of a better term, just really weird. And I was always trying to pull her off the ledge over during our dating years and the first couple of years that we were married. Just
Now he said that he already saw this craziness during the dating years. She had already, in the beginning of the video, he said she had already said, "Do you want to do this? I have issues." The reason why I'm showing this video, guys, is we go to other countries and we fall in love with a lot of women that got issues. Are you ready to ride that storm out? Is she a good enough woman to ride that storm out with? Or will you have to let her go?
socially, just personally, and I just kept this in my own head, she was a little weird socially, but I didn't make a big deal of it. But what I would do is I would just try to pull her back. Like, she was just really over the top with really trying to impress people, a people pleaser. I remember I just tell her, like, you don't have to do all that. Relax, just chill. People not looking for you to. She was always trying to, I can help you with this and I can clean, but you could tell it was just a little too much.
Yeah.
It was a little weird. But in this moment, and like I said, this is my first time experiencing her having being in a manic state, or what I call a manic state. I'm no therapist. Actually, she's a therapist, which is crazy. And that will,
Mind you, she is a mental professional therapist that's still practicing and giving advice to this day.
we'll get into that later. But we're starting to argue for some reason, which isn't common for us. And parents are starting to notice she's acting really weird as well. And I want to give examples of what I mean by she was acting weird, but I can't think of any specific examples, but we just all noticed something was really off. But I guess this will provide a good example. What we noticed, because we got to a certain point where we started to try and talk to her. Hey, what's going on? Is everything okay? You've been acting a little strange lately. Is everything cool? And, oh, I'm totally fine. Everything's fine. I'm good. And so we're like, okay, but everybody's starting to notice in the house something is a little off. And so on one particular night, and this was over the course of, this buildup was maybe over the course of several days, maybe a week. And it got to a point where somehow we were all sitting in a room. Her parents were there. I was there. I can't remember if her sister was there or not. But she had all these documents printed out of stuff that I had been searching online, and supposedly I was involved with all these other women. And she even made the claim that supposedly I was having sex and cheating on her with her sister who lived there at the time. And it was just like, what are you talking about? None of.
Before we go any further, here's the house that they were living in. They were living in Ben Tanker's house. And as I was mentioning before regarding Ben Tanker, the gospel singer. So this is the house that they were living in. They actually did a reality show in this house. So he's going to get to that. That's why you keep seeing where it says thicker than water, because they did a reality show and they all were living in this particular house. Let's go back a little bit. This is once again Ben Tanker. You can see him with his Grammy Award, gold albums in the back, and Gospel Music Stellar Award. So we know, anybody that knows gospel music, that Stellar Award is the Gospel Music Grammy. So he's got two of the major gospel music Grammys in front of him, and he has a Grammy sitting on his desk. Once again, he was the first brother to come out with jazz gospel. So let's go back to the video.
He was saying was remotely true, valid, anything. It was just like she was just creating all these things in her mind. Even at one point, she was talking about supposedly, I'm interested in bestiality and people having sex with animals. It was bizarre. So I remember on this one day, we were sitting in her parents' room And I'm crying at this point. I'm like, what is going on with this woman? It got to the point, it was scary. Her behavior and all these crazy things she's saying was so
Notice he ain't
bizarre.
go nowhere.
So I
He
remember
didn't go
looking
nowhere.
in her eyes and I was like, Janice, are you in there? Oh, I said the name. Dang. Maybe
He said
I
the
said
name.
ex-wife. I don't know. I'm trying to keep the names out. But I'm like, are you in there? I'm like, I know you're in there. Come out. I'm yelling at the top of her lungs. And she reared back and was just like, I don't know, it was weird. And then I remember we went into the bathroom after that and she was talking about, look behind you. I see angels behind you and he was seeing things that weren't there. It was just crazy. So on that particular day, I'm yelling at her. She's seeing angels, just talking about all this crazy stuff to where her parents were, we need to escalate this. I think we need to get her to a doctor. She really needs
I know,
help
right, Cortez?
We all agree. We really need to get her some help. So we called, I can't remember if we called 911, because there were a couple cases over the years where I had to call 911 to come and get her, all the paramedics out. Whenever we started talking to the doctors, we're at the emergency room, we're at the hospital. Like I said, I can't remember if that was by ambulance or if we drove there. But once we get there, her parents are there, I'm there, she's there. And we're like, something's going on with her. We don't know what it is, but she really needs help. And she started telling the doctors, I'm not the one that needs help. He's the one that needs help. He's crazy. He's out of my mind and this, that, and the other. And then the doctors were saying, well, we need to evaluate you to find out what's going on. And she was like, I'm not the one that needs to be evaluated. He's the one talking about me. I'm not the one that needs to be evaluated. He's the one that needs to be evaluated. And there was this whole back and forth. Well, I'm not going to let you guys talk to me unless y'all talk to him because he needs to be evaluated. He's crazy. He's this, that, and the other. And so we're all looking around. At this point, I love this woman so much. I'm willing to do anything to help her get help. So
I noticed he's still living in the big house with the rest of the family. So he's still living in his big mansion with the rest of the family.
It was like, look, if you want me to be evaluated, and that was kind of the agreement, if you want me to be evaluated, I'll let them, whatever this evaluation is, talk to me as long as you talk to them, right? So she agreed to that. That was the only way we were able to get her to actually go and talk to an actual doctor. So now we're both getting evaluated at this point. And I'll tell you what happens on the next part. All right, here we go. Part 5, how my perfect marriage abruptly came to an end. We're at the hospital, right? So before we get into what transpired at the hospital, I want to rewind a little bit and give a little bit of context that's going to tie in later on into the story. So obviously, as I mentioned, this is my first time experiencing my now ex-wife going through what I've called a manic episode or going through in a manic state. And what I learned over the years is whenever she would get into have these manic episodes, she would also get hypersexual. The sex would just be through the roof, completely uninhibited. And we were already very compatible intimately. But whenever she would get into these manic states, it was just on another level, if you understand where I'm coming from. And so now I will admit this was very selfish on my part. But in navigating life with her over the years of dealing with the manic episodes, the hypersexuality I always felt was my treat for dealing with that. At least I could get crazy sex out of it.
So the dude was like, listen, my wife is crazy. We've locked her up. Her family already told me she's crazy. She told me when we were starting dating, are you ready for this? He like, girl, your coochie so good. You east side Detroit. Now we talking about the Detroit girl. All you Detroiters, we already know Detroit women are already crazy from the get-go. Now we talk about somebody that's certified crazy, who tells you I'm crazy. Her family says she's crazy. You said during the dating moments, she was crazy. Move to Tennessee, and she show you she's still crazy. Notice Every crazy episode he talks about, my treat was the sex.
This, which is very selfish on my part, I admit that, but it is what it is. So in the midst of everything that happened that I mentioned that led us to now being in the emergency room, there was the sex was just like, and this was the first time I experienced the hypersexuality, and it was just crazy. So now we're at the hospital. I learned from her parents that they decided to involuntarily admit her to their mental health facility. So we're all like, this is what is going on. We're praying, hoping that everything is okay with her.
So the parents said, lock her ass up. We already know what this is. Shout out to Garfield in the building. Let me hear what you guys have to say about it. Garfield says, yo, Dre, he said, what are those Detroit girls? So why are those, man, that's just Detroit, man. It's in the blood. Detroit women are attractive and they crazy. Detroit women, if you mess with a Detroit woman, they are literally very attractive and they all got mental issues. And I mean mental issues like medication, alcoholism, drugs, or they just get locked up. That's Detroit women. And I don't know why, but that's Detroit women. So if you guys want to fall in love with a Detroit woman, not every woman in Detroit like that. Most of y'all are like that. Stop me when I'm lying. East side and west side, south side Detroit women, crazy. Let's continue on. He said, I just fucked the, he said, I fuck with Detroit women. No more. He said, I don't fuck with Detroit women no more. Yeah, I can see that. He said, it's crazy out there. Like, yes, it is, gentlemen. Yes, it is. Shout out to you guys supporting the channel by PayPal, Cash App, Super Chats. Cortez says, he said, I ain't gonna lie, Dre. This sounds like my city too. Every side. You must be in Philadelphia. Seriously. Yep. That's exactly how Detroit is. Very attractive women, but they are literally something ain't right. There is no 13th floor, and it's supposed to be 12 floors in Detroit. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen.
But it wasn't the type of situation where they would allow us to sit with her or go in there and be with her.
And you will see her tonight, guys. You will see her throughout the video.
So yeah, she was pretty much isolated. So we left, went back home. So as I mentioned, at this time, we're also now heavily involved in the church that her sister and her husband had started. And so I believe we were at the hospital. It had to have been a Saturday because the next day it turned out that her sister and brother were out of town that weekend. And I was supposed to have led service that Sunday. But with everything that went on, it was just like, this is just too much. So let's just say I didn't make that service. But
don't forget this moment, because it's going to bring this up again. Ben Tankard is out of town, probably on tour doing something, right? They had started a church. He was supposed to be the speaker that day in church on Sunday. You got 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people waiting for him to speak. This is what he decides to do.
I had another plan, and I called my brother, who was still living in Detroit at the time, and I said, look, man, some crazy stuff just went on. I don't even know how to explain it. But at that moment, I decided I'm out of here. I'm leaving. I'm going back to Detroit. So I got all my belongings, everything that I owned, loaded it up in my car. And I said, I'm hot tailing it back to Detroit. So when I loaded up my vehicle, put all my belongings, anything that I couldn't fit in my car, I decided I'm leaving it and I'm gone. This is just too much to bear. So it was really late that night when I loaded up the car. So I said, oh, look, I'm going to get some sleep. I'm going to go to bed. When I wake up the next morning, I'm out of here. I'm on the road. I'm going. I didn't tell anybody what I was doing. I said, I'm out of here. So I go to bed that night, wake up the next morning, and guess what? My car was gone. And I'm
let that sink in.
Like, where is my car? Come to learn, my car had been repossessed. And
you in a house, a mansion, You got millionaires around you. You and your wife has moved down to another state, Tennessee. You ain't making enough money to even keep your car note for a few months. Mind you, you ain't paying rent. Ben don't need no money from you. Ben, you living in Ben Tankard's house. See, some of you dudes don't know who Ben Tankard is. You guys need to look up Ben Tankard. Like we know, you notice how I said Kenny G, and I didn't have to tell y'all who the hell Kenny G is? In the gospel world, in the church world, you ain't got to tell somebody who Ben Tankard is. Ben Tankard is that man when it comes to gospel jazz. You living in Ben Tankard's house. He ain't asking for no rent or nothing. You ain't making enough money to pay car note, but you move your family from Detroit to Tennessee because you want to keep the crazy coochie happy. Why am I talking about this, gentlemen, tonight? Let us not make this mistake as we travel to other countries. You're going to run across some women that got the crazy coochie. She is amazing, but you're going to end up in somebody's jungle messing around with that particular woman.
And at that point, now I'm stuck. No car. All my belongings were in the car. So now I have nothing. And I guess it's a thing of just fate got in the way, right? Because it turned out that because of that, I had no choice but to stay and deal with what was in front of me, this craziness of what was going on with my now ex-wife and just dealing with all of the madness that was going on. I was trying to run away from it, but now I had to deal with it.
Montrez, you guys, you think she crazy now? Wait till he really get deep. This just the beginning. He laying a foundation. Wait till you guys see how crazy she really is.
Didn't have a choice. And I look back on that situation and I say, man, what would have happened had my car not been gone? We had 3 beautiful children from that time, that crazy day up until now. So many amazing things have happened, so many challenges, good and bad. Like my life where it is now, what would it have been if my car hadn't have been gone that morning when I got up? Because I had every intention on getting out of town, but fate got in the way. So now I'm stuck. Now I got to deal with it. And let's say now we got to figure out what's the next step, and we'll talk about that in the next part. Thanks for watching. And my eyes, just so you know, my eyes are real red like this because of my surgery, and I put a better shirt on so y'all don't have to be looking at my bandages and stuff. But appreciate you guys watching, and we'll pick it up on the next part. Thanks. Part 6, how my perfect 20-year marriage abruptly came to an end. So now I'm stuck. My plan to leave and go back to Detroit, I can't follow through with that plan. My car is repossessed. So now I got to figure this out. We got to work through the situation. I'm here to stay. Thankfully, after a couple of days, I was able to get the funds together to get my car back.
Right.
Take my car home, get all my stuff back out of the car. And around the same time, now it's time for my wife to be released from the hospital. So I go to the hospital, I pick her up, she tells me to meet her outside. So I meet her outside, she gets in the car, we drive off, and
notice she's standing outside like this is the norm. This is what I normally do when they lock me up for psychiatric examinations. I'm used to, I already know the questions that they're gonna ask. I answer the questions and they let me go. I ain't even tripping. But he don't know that she know how to get out of the crazy house. Think about it. He don't know that she already know how to answer the questions, what questions are going to be answered. Because even notice who locked her up in the psychiatric hospital. Did the husband lock her up? No. Did the police lock her up? No. Got to be Ben Tankard. Nope. What about Ben Tankard out of town? Ben thinking that he gonna be pastoring the church that day. that my man was going to be speaking that day. What about the sisters? Because she has two sisters. Did the two sisters lock her up? No. Who told the psychiatric people or the paramedics lock her ass up? Her mama and daddy. Her mama and daddy locked her in there, who already knew our first two daughters, they okay. But our last daughter, she got some mental issues. If you're going to these other countries, guys, I know the coochie is good. You see how I'm tying this into traveling. I got you. The coochie is good. But if the woman is mentally unstable, let her go. Find you somebody else. I know that coochie is so good. She sucking you. She letting you bust directly in her eye. I got you. She holding her eye open like this and telling you, bust directly right here. And you bust directly in her eye and she don't blink. You ain't never seen nothing like that before. A chick that let you bust directly in her pupil. I want you to bust directly in my pupil. I got you. You used to pupil sex. Any other woman that comes after her don't make no damn sense. You looking at every girl that you'd have had after her like, girl, my ex-girlfriend in Colombia used to give me pupil sex. You want some pupil sex. Guys, not every woman is crazy enough to give you pupil sex. So if you're getting pupil sex, she letting you bust directly in her eye without blinking, dude, she crazy. Let her go. You deserve better. Let's go back to the video.
And she immediately, even before I could even start asking any questions, explains to me that it was a mistake, that she was there. She had met either a doctor or a nurse who she explained her situation to. They agreed with her. They were very heartfelt towards her. And she said they actually snuck her out of the facility, which is why she wanted me to meet her outside, and we pulled off. Okay. But what I realized, the mistake that I made was, why didn't I go inside and talk to the doctor to find out if there was something else going on? Is there a diagnosis involved with this? Is there some other problem that I need to know about? I just went along with what she was telling me. And really, I blamed myself for putting her in a stressful situation. I'm broke at this point, and I chucked it up to, she was just so stressed for the situation that I put her in that caused her to be in this situation where she had to go to the hospital. So I put all the blame on me. But maybe there was some other information that would have came out had I spoken with the doctors. But I certainly at the time didn't think any mental illness or any mental health issues were present, because she's brilliant. She's a really smart girl. She graduated from the University of Michigan. She has a master's degree. I've seen this girl write a 10-page paper in one night. She's very intelligent, well-spoken, beautiful. So I didn't expect that there was anything else other than what she was telling me. And also, she was real chill. Like the person that we saw a couple of days ago that was so manic to the point we had to get her to the hospital, that wasn't the person that was in the car with me. She was chill. She was very relaxed. Everything that she was saying was making sense. So I'm just going along with it. But the other thing that I didn't realize was maybe there was some medication involved that caused her to be a little bit more calm throughout her time while she was admitted. But I will never know because I never asked that. To this day, I don't know because I never asked that question. So we get home, mom and dad, they're happy to see her. They're not asking a lot of questions. We go back to church. No, obviously nobody at the church knows what's going on except for her sister and the pastor. They're not asking any questions. They're just glad that she seems to be okay. Everything is cool. I put all the blame on myself because I put her in this situation. So moving forward from there, things became pretty normal. Shortly after, I was able to get a job. She got a job. She started working, and we were able to get our own place and really started to get on our feet in this new state and new city that we were in. And it would be several years before I saw anything like that again. And this was around 2002. So we were still very early in our relationship, just a couple years in on our marriage. And this was definitely a breaking point where we could have split things off and went our separate ways. But we decided that we're going to stick together. We're going to work through it. I put all the blame on myself for the situation. She forgave me, and we decided to stick together and work through it. And that's exactly what we did. And I'll talk about more how we move forward from there on part 7. Part 7, how my perfect 20-year marriage abruptly came to an end. We are part of the church, and I want to talk about that a little bit. So the church that we're a part of is a prosperity church. So they're talking about you gotta be rich, you can be a millionaire, and your wife doesn't have to work,
Acts.
and your money is everybody's money, and her money is her money. The only thing she can do with her money is save, sow, and shop, right? So
Save money, sow money. That means your save, sow, and shop means that in prosperity churches that teaches prosperity. And I was raised in a non-denominational. I was raised in Kojic, full gospel. I mean, full like you had to be sanctified. Women dresses had to come all the way down past their ankle. You couldn't wear no makeup in my church. TV and movies were of the devil. I grew up Kojic, Church of God in Christ. Everything was the devil. Also, just like this brother was saying, when it comes to, listen, come on now. I got you. I got you, brother. But shout out to my man, Garfield, being in the building. But also, guys, when it comes to prosperity churches, I went into my next move was prosperity. Prosperity churches saved my life. I'm gonna say that straight out the gate. For those that were, when I was in the feds, that's when I got into the prosperity church movement. Prosperity churches said, you deserve better than going to prison. Go for it. There's money waiting for you. Go for it. God has forgiven you of your stupidity. Don't walk in your stupidity. So prosperity churches, man, I was doing, I actually, a lot of guys don't realize, I actually went ahead and studied and got my evangelist license to actually travel the country of the United States and do public speaking in churches. And when I first got out, I was speaking in churches. I got a story to tell you about that one. And that was the first time I saw money like that in churches. When I saw outside of the drug game, the first time I saw money like that, and it's sad. The first time I saw, I'm a Libra, let me put it on the scale. The drug game, the church. The first time I saw money, like all I had to do was work for an hour and I'm gonna get paid like that, was the drug game and church. I love the Lord, but the black church paid well. So when this brother talk about the prosperity church, or the prosperity movement, I was in prison when I got involved in the prosperity movement, and it kept me from doing stupid stuff. And I'll tell you what I mean. While everybody else is on the basketball court, God was telling me, you better than that. I got better plans for you. While everybody was on a football field in the feds, and I saw some professional, I'm talking about NFL quarterbacks was in the true, not people that got NFL skills. I'm talking about real NFL quarterbacks that you saw on your television screen every Sunday were in the feds with me. And them dudes, you can see how they made it to the NFL. And I saw receivers. I saw dudes that had speed that you ain't never seen in your life unless you were on the field. And you actually were on the field to see how fast true speed is. On television, speed on television is a lot slower than real life. Real life speed, whew, you start to realize that's speed. Now I see how these people got drafted. And they're in the feds with me. And God told me, you better than that. You better than this. You better don't hang out with that. Don't get involved in this. Leave them people alone. Walk this way. Make a left. Because I had gotten involved in a prosperity ministry. Kenneth Copeland, Creflo Dollar, Fred Price. Shout out my man Fred Price, man. I was so sad when Fred died in California. R.C. Sproles, Chuck Swindoll. Shout out to my man Chuck Swindoll. Shout out to my man Chuck out there, white dude in California. Tony Evans. And guess who else? In his beginning ministry, when he was in Virginia, Bishop Jakes. So I was following, while I was in the feds, I was following these ministers that was telling me, why the hell you in, and I'm telling Andre's version, why the hell you in jail? You deserve better than that. So he can tell, a lot of people can tell that the prosperity movement caused guys to lose a lot of money because your wife was told that she saved money, she sold money into the church, and then she could shop whenever she wanted to. But what you had to do, you had to bust your tail as a man to get every dime that you got. And it's kind of funny because I'm still kind of like that to this day with the prosperity movement, subconsciously. But prosperity movement did save my life, because I would have been one of those statistics showed 85% of people that go to prison in the United States go back. I'll say this again. 85% of people that go to prison in the United States go back. I'm one of the few people that didn't go back. And I can easily say that the prosperity movement of the 2000s, actually it started in the late 60s all the way to but its peak was like the 90s and 2000. If it wasn't for that, I would be a guy in prison. So I can easily say the prosperity movement helped save my life. Also, my Sunni Muslim brothers, shout out to you. My Shiite Muslim brothers, I love you so much. My brothers that are part of Noble Jew Ali, shout out to you brothers. My Rastafarian brothers, come on. You know how we do. My Nation of Islam brothers, what? Come on now, y'all taught me how to be a grown-ass man. My Muslim brothers taught me discipline. The church wasn't talking about discipline. It was my Muslim brothers, Shiite, all you 5%ers, got your back, brothers. All you Hebrew Israelites, thank you very much for all that you taught me. Like I said, the Shiite, the Sunnis, all you brothers, I appreciate you, as well as because you didn't turn your back on my Christianity. You say you can enjoy your Christianity, Andre, but there's also other things about being a man that you can learn when it comes to your spirituality. Shout out to all my brothers that taught me that. Shout out to all you brothers out there. So shout out to all you. He said, y'all stop repeating crazy girls got the best box, but we putting ourselves in bad situations for that lie. He say nerd chicks got dude. I married a nerd chick. I've dated many nerd chicks, and he ain't lying. If I had a choice between nerd chicks and crazy chicks, give me a nerd chick. Nerd chicks been, because they creative. Nerd chicks are analytical. They are thinkers. Crazy chicks are outside the box because they don't think about repercussions. Nerd chicks will put a Comic-Con outfit on in a minute. Nerd chicks will sit up there and give you the craziest sex and then get back to work creating IP. He ain't like, bruh, I purposely married me a Colombian nerd chick. You see how my wife just got back from church? When last time your Colombiana Brazilian chick say, "Baby, what you doing?" "I just got back from church." Get you a hot, attractive, young, mature nerd. Boy, he ain't boy. Okay, all right. Think this man lying? Y'all keep on thinking that man lying. Boy, them nerd chicks got better intimacy than crazy chicks. I give you that one. Nerd chicks got the best. He said, I've ever had, he said, I've had some crazy chicks. Stick with the nerds. Bruh, y'all sleeping on the hot Colombian nerd chicks. I be seeing these Colombian nerd chicks in the gym, in a grocery store, at the mall. Y'all don't say nothing to them. Y'all will be in Cartagena and will walk past 12 hot, sexy nerd chicks just to get the pay for play. He ain't lying. He is not lying. Them damn nerds, boy. Woo. I told y'all the story when I was with a NASA rocket scientist. I told y'all when I was with the NASA 6-footer. She was a 6-footer out of Atlanta. She flew herself down to Tampa, Florida. Jeffrey, this is before you came down. This sister was chocolate and fine and could cook. Dude, I went to work. I wasn't even expecting this. I said, baby, I got to go to work. She said, go ahead, go to work. Came home, meal laid. I ain't never had no sister cook for me. Meal laid the hell out. Dude, 6-footer. Dude, intimacy, legs over there and a leg way over there. This sister was fine, chocolate. This is one of them sisters that when she spread her legs open, you ain't see nothing but pink. Dude, the coochie was so good, Prince could have wrote a song about it. Get you a nerd chick, bruh. All right. Now, let me go back to the video. Y'all think I'm lying? Dre don't know what he's talking about. See, I want to laugh at your boy, but okay, I keep on messing with crazy coochie is the best coochie. No, nerd coochie will go down in history as the best coochie. Believe that one. Believe that one. Let me go back. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen.
It's all about getting to the bag with this church, with the people that we're around. But I'm broke. I mean, I'm broke. I'm broke as a joke. And her sister and husband, as I mentioned, he was the one talking big back in the day. And he was big. Airplanes, big house, mansions, everything. And I'm just getting started out here. I'm broke. So I started grinding. Man, I got to get to the bag. I got to get to this money. So at that time, I was working real estate. And believe me, I really hustled to try to get to it. I'm working real estate. I'm doing, at the time I owned a car wash and overnight shift at Walmart. It was crazy. I was working so much that on one particular night, I was.
Andrea is the shortest woman that I've been with. And Andrea is the average Colombian height of 5'5". I'm usually like the lowest that I ever would date was 5'7". I'm 6'3". So if you are, if a female a 6-footer, I used to be in heaven. 5'9", you in the party because I know you could put the heels on to be 6 feet. Andrea thinks that she just looking cute when she put her heels on. She thinks she just killing the world. I ain't know. I'm 5'8" now. I'm your height. I'm like, baby, you ain't nowhere near my height, but it's cute that she says it. Yeah, I'm one of them dudes. Now my uncle Jeffrey Ghostface, Jeffrey is the opposite. He my height, but Jeff like him 5'5" on down.
So tired because I was only sleeping like 2 or 3 hours a night. And on one particular night, I actually drove my car into a ditch, fell asleep at the wheel. I'm really trying to grind to get to this money. Well, I felt really indifferent because her sister and her husband are rich. Then she meets the other sister that I told you was living with the parents. She meets a great young guy. He's really intelligent, really bright, sharp individual. They met and got married, had a baby. And they weren't quite balling at the time, but man, in a short span of time, boo, they took off and they making crazy money. Now they millionaires. Now both sisters millionaires. And then here I am stuck in the middle. I'm still broke. And I'm like, yo, like I labeled myself the broke brother-in-law. Why is
He's in a prosperity church that tells you don't say negative things about yourself. Say things positive about yourself. He was supposed to be one of the pastors speaking. Notice, he was supposed to be one of the speakers telling a crowd of black people, believe in yourself, and yet he labeled himself the broke brother. Brother, do not do that. I'm gonna tell you guys something for real. You're gonna have a stage where everything goes right. And some of us older dudes can tell you, you're gonna have a stage where everything goes right economically. You're gonna have a stage of life where you're gonna feel like every time I feel like I'm going forward, I'm going backwards. It's called business. It's called the business of being an American in the United States. It's actually called the business of being a man. Every day won't feel like you're prospering. Whether it be economic, spiritually, socially, with your girl, physically, doesn't matter. Every day won't feel like you're prospering. Don't you ever say, I'm the broke brother. Don't say that. I like what the one brother said. His channel blew up. Can I get the hooker brother up? That was a couple dollars. Hook a brother up. I like how he was doing it. Brother channel is at 1 million subscribers now. And he's killing it. Why? Don't speak that negativity into your life, guys. Because and this is the part. Because you comparative shop. In the book that I have coming out, I was going to drop it at the end of this month, but then I'm formatting it right now just right. So I want to make sure that it's perfect and it's not just some junk put out there. You know how us people, we can put out some junk. No, I want it to be just like or better than the white boys. And so I'm doing the formatting and the editing all over again. In the book, I talk about the psychological part of traveling and relocating. And one of them is don't compare yourself to the guy that's already relocated or the woman that's already relocated. Oh, wow, Andre already in Colombia. He doing this, that. Don't do that, guys. Please don't compare yourself to other people because you don't know what they went through to get to that level. He's comparing himself. Think about it. He's living in Ben Tankard's house. He's comparing himself to Ben Tankard. And now this other brother who married the other sister comes along who's an intellect. And he's comparing himself to that guy. When he first met the wife, let's go back. He met the wife. What was he doing? Working at Men's Warehouse at 20 years old. At 20 years old, he was just a regular Detroit dude. He wasn't in college. He started dating her. She notice this. She graduated from the University of Michigan. Notice he didn't say he graduated from anywhere. So 9 times out of 10, this dude wasn't around men that could tell him, well, why your girl at the University of Michigan, at least go to Wayne State, the community college. He didn't do any of that. Why don't we move to Tennessee where all the family are millionaires? So now you go to Tennessee and you compare yourself. Guys, when you come to other countries, I mean this. I stopped this part for a reason. Don't compare yourself because you don't know when Ben Taker was broke, he was trying to come up with a way of still be a Christian, but still do jazz. All of a sudden he was like, well, why not take the most famous Christian songs and I make them into a jazz song? He was the first brother to do that. Like Puffy was one of the first brothers to do remixes. Wasn't nobody doing remixes before Puffy? That's what made Puffy when nobody putting R&B beats or hip hop beats behind R&B music before Puffy. So that's when he was with Uptown. But my point is, guys, don't compare yourself to other guys that have already relocated to other countries. Don't compare yourself to me and Andrea. Don't compare yourself to Taylor Made Dreams, Ace Live. Don't compare yourself to O'Shea Duke Jackson. Don't compare yourself to Austin Holloman. You don't know what hell we went through off camera to be the men who we are today. You're going to do some great things, gentlemen. Stay away from crazy ass women, but you're going to do some great things. Yes, sir. Shout out to Think and Grow Rich. Shout out to Jim Bates in the building. He said, I read Think and Grow Rich some months ago, and a lot about what you said. I read Think and Grow, bruh. That is probably one of my top books. Think and Grow Rich. Think and Grow Rich, The Black Experience, because you know you got two of them. Millionaire Next Door. I'm giving you guys all the good books. Millionaire Next Door. They've already updated this one. You'll learn about what millionaires really do with their money and how most millionaires live just like you. Most. Og Mandingo's, The Greatest Man in Babylon. Og Mandingo's, The World's Greatest Salesman. J.A. Rogers, Superman the Man. Superman the Man is J.A. Rogers was one of the first black history or historians in the United States that showcase all the inventions and the creations that black people have given when it comes to the United States. And one of his first books, he's got a series of books, but his first book was Superman to Man. He wrote it as a novel. Black man on a train, sitting in front of a white man in the like 50s and 60s. White man say, they started talking. White man said, what has black people contributed to the United States but slavery? He wrote the book. Black people did this, that. Instead of just writing it as a textbook, he wrote it as a novel. If you ever want to have a book in your arsenal about black people, J.A. Rogers, Superman to Man. Why is it called Superman to Man? He brings white people down from feeling like they're super and let them know you ain't nothing but a man. I just gave you at least 4, 5, 6 books that you need to have in your arsenal. But just like this brother said, you definitely need to have Think and Grow Rich. And you need to read that one. Don't be one of those people that read a book once. Never make that mistake. Never, ever, ever. Self-improvement books, you getting better books. Don't read a you getting better book once. I'm telling you, because I've read Think and Grow Rich at 20. At 24 when I was in prison. Think and Grow Rich was completely different at 33 when I got out of prison. When I read it at 43 when I was married, it was completely different. And then here in Colombia, when I read Think and Grow Rich, it was like reading a brand new book. So you got two choices. You got Think and Grow Rich, the original, and Think and Grow Rich, The Black Experience. That's the title, The Black Experience, to where the brother created a Think and Grow Rich of all the black millionaires and how they live their lives just like you. There are black millionaires that they live their lives just like you live your life. And that's why they keep their millions. Shout out to you guys. Yep. That's the author. Yes, sir. Never read a book one time. When we come out with this book, do not read it one time. You will read it as a vacationer. My book is written for you vacationers, and then you read it again as a relocator, and you're going to thank me for all the stuff that I put in that book that you can go to. Andre says, go here, then go there, then go here, and I have this. Go there, okay, and I have this. Invest in this, then I'll have this. Oh, I need a job. Andre put in there, this is how I get a job. You'll thank me. You'll read it as a vacationer, and you'll look at the information again as a relocator. You're like, I'm so glad I got this book. I purposely did that. Why? Because I'm used to being a guy that reads books over and over and over. Shout out to all you Think and Grow Rich guys that are out there. Yes, sir. Jay Rogers, Superman the Man. That's that, bruh. Any of J.A. Rogers' books. If you are a person that's black, I'm gonna say this again. If you are black, there is no way in hell you should not have read at least one of J.A. Rogers' book. At least, bruh, this dude breaks down all the stuff that we have done for the United States. And I'm talking about book after book after book after book. You like this, and he did this back in the day. Back in the day. We're talking about he wrote his books like in the 50s, 60s, 70s. Dude, y'all sleeping. Y'all sleeping on y'all black writers, man. Yeah, okay.
I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sex and race. Man, I'm so proud of y'all. Y'all about to make me cry. Y'all about to make me cry. I ain't gonna even lie. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys. Let's get back to the video. Let us get back to the video.
My thing not hitting.
Oh my goodness. Don't ever be this insecure in your relationship. Now listen, this is not a relationship advice page, but if you go, man, speak life over yourself, man. You talking about going to church and all these things, prosperity churches.
Sir.
Man, if one thing you learn in church, and I don't know all churches,
My
but
favorite book
is to speak
is
life
that
over yourself. Don't be sitting there saying, I'm the broke brother, I'm the broke husband, because that's what you're going to be forever.
But the great thing about
You know, I did not know that was J.A. Rogers' name, Julius August Rogers. I did not know J.A. Rogers I got so many of his books. Let's put it like this. I didn't notice inside the book that he was Julius August. Shout out to Julius for all the books that he wrote for black people. And yes, 100 Great Black People. That's a good book. That one's a good one. I won't even lie. That's my number 2 book.
my wife at the time, she was tremendously supportive of me in my process. And she always reassured me, look, I'm not materialistic. It's not about the money. I love you. I'm with you.
Yes,
but
sir.
really, I did it to myself. I made myself not enough because I'm like, yo, I can't have the brothers is rich. I got to get out here and get rich. So fast forward a few years, the church starts to get involved with a network marketing company. So this network marketing company comes in and they like, look, everyone needs to get involved. And we had heard about all these other folks that were making big money, this, that, or the other. And so I'm like, maybe this could be it. So me and my wife, we got involved with that program, got involved with the network marketing company, and that thing took off. And next thing, now the money's starting to come in. So the money's rolling in, things at the church are going well. I had lost some credibility when I missed that first service from that big event, but now it's...
I remember that first service when he decided, I'm going back to Detroit, F this. But then they repoed his car the night of that he was going to leave to go back to Detroit. But he was supposed to do Sunday service that day. But he's saying now we got our credentials back in that church.
Years later, we're leaders at the church. We're making money. We got a house, a really nice house in Tennessee. And we had our first daughter during this time. And now things are just going really well. After the event that took place, then the ministry was like, hey, your wife shouldn't have to work. And woman's money is her money alone. And the only thing she can do with her money is save someone, shop, all of that. So she decided that she was going to stop working. We going to work this word that we're hearing from this church. And she was having some problems on the job that she was on. And she wound up quitting the job. I had mixed feelings about it because I was like, we cut a big chunk of the income out of the household. But then I had to man up because what I was learning was women don't have to work. So that's where my whole grind and my whole hustle came from. Like, I just got to get it any way that I can.
So remember, they went to Tennessee as a team, but from listening to Ben Tankard, rich ass, think about. Come on, let's add to this. Let's go back. Come on, here we go. Now this is them. This is the real couple. This in real life. This is the real couple. This is the wifey. This is the wifey. The thumbnail that you guys saw, that's the real wifey in real life. That's him when he was young with her. Before the beard, before the goatee. This is him. He was Mr. Slim Goody. That's them. So just in case this is them, dude. They were doing it big. Now we gonna get deeper into this video. They were doing it big. So we can't sit back and act like, here we go. They on radio. The kid's been born. They on television. This on TV. Oh dog, we about to get into it, man. They were doing it big. I ain't gonna even lie. They was doing it big, bruh. For real. While they was doing it big, she was still giving him that crazy coochie. She was still giving him, that's her with the forehead, with the forehead. That's her. That's more like her with the mental issues. She's on NPR. Bruh. So why he calling himself the poor brother? Yeah, so let's get back to the videos. But they told him that your wife shouldn't work in the United States. As expensive as it is to be in the States.
I appreciated the fact, even though my wife wasn't working during those years, we were double income, no kids, as I used to say, but we cut out her income. Even though she wasn't working, she was tremendously supportive of me. We've now had our second child, my son, and we're doing great. Now comes a call from Bravo. They want to do a reality TV show, particularly based around my wife's sister's husband, who I mentioned he's got all the clout. He's in the gospel music industry. So now they want to do a reality TV show. So they're coming in, they're doing interviews, finding out what direction they want to go in with the show. Now, this was over about a 2-year span that they were planning on pulling this show together to eventually, now we got the contracts and now we're ready to go. So
before he goes any further, this is what he's talking about. Thicker Than Water. That's the reality show that they had with Ben Tankard and his family in his mansion. So that's the reality show that they came out with, was Thicker Than Water. And that's the family members. And you see that he's not in here. I think this was season 2, and this was 2019. So this wasn't long ago. 2019, when they came out with this. This is the reality show, Thicker Than Water. Thicker Than Water. That's the kids and the cousins and everybody else. Now, you see how attractive the sisters are, but then you see the wife with the big forehead, and you wondering what happened, girl. How'd you end up with that big ass forehead? And of course, we know this is all AI and so forth. Cut and paste. No shadows under the feet. So this is Ben Tankard's wife. This is her right here. And this is a reality show. Thicker Than Water. Thicker Than Water. So when he talks about the reality show that they were on, that's the show I'm talking about. Or that he's talking about.
And this is another situation where fate just reared its head again. On the day that they decided to start filming the show was the same day that my wife and I were moving out of the home that we lived in. The reason that we were moving out of the home
I'm a
is
big Texas
because
fan.
even though we had some years where we were enjoying some prosperity, now the business is slowing down. The money is slowing down. And I'm looking like, am I about to become the broke brother-in-law again? So we're like, we need to downsize. So we're planning on downsizing. We're going to move out of our house into an apartment. So we said we're just going to make this move quietly. Well, it turns out we can't do it quietly. Same day the cameras show up. We got the show, the contracts are signed. Now we're about to start filming this show. Today was the same day we had the moving trucks showing up at the house. So if you decide to go watch the show, you'll see on the first episode, we move, right? So with the TV show, they're trying to figure out what narrative are they going to go with. And you've seen shows, I'm sure, on Bravo where, or any reality show, they like the drama. So they're looking for a narrative, they're looking for a storyline, they're trying to figure out what can we bring to this show. They decided to pick up our storyline of moving. So they asked, did you guys tell your family that you were moving? No, we didn't tell our family. We kept it to ourselves, this, that, or the other. They're like, bingo, great. That's the drama we're looking for. Or they turned it into drama, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. So we're moving. We get moved into our place, and that's where the drama of the show begins. But you can watch it for yourself. The name of the show is Thicker Than Water. You can watch it on Prime Video or Peacock. And also, for anyone that's planning on going to watch the show, keep in mind that it's a reality show. It's not real life. It's a version of reality. So they took this narrative of us moving and not telling our family. They took that narrative and really blew it out of proportion. And they put you in situations that you normally wouldn't be in to create drama. Because in real life, that probably would, us moving and not telling anyone, probably would have been one conversation. Oh my gosh, y'all moved. Y'all didn't tell us. Is everything okay? Hugs and kisses. And it probably would have been over and done with. But because it's a reality TV show, they blew it out of proportion. So this is very taxing for my wife, completely understandably. I'm backpedaling financially, so I'm looking at being a broke brother-in-law again, which is crazy. I'm like, why couldn't they have started the show during the years when I was prosperous? Now
You said that 3 times. You noticed that? Come on, fellas. Believe in yourself.
I'm backpedaling, but she always had my back. She was always by my side. She always let me know it wasn't about the money, not about the material. I'm with you, babe.
We're talking about relationships.
Okay, guys, before they go any further, it's always about the money. It's always about provision. Let's put it like that. Let me put it in a way that no matter what part of the world, no matter what part of human history I'm in, 4 parts of a man you are judged by. Your tools. You got 4 tools. You got 4 tools as a man. You're judged by how you use your tools and your resources. Tools, resources. Never forget this, no matter what country you live in, no matter what language you speak. First of all, no matter what language you speak or country you live in, you are expected to have the resources of provision, problem solving, protecting, and penis, meaning intimacy. Intimacy, problem solving, protection, provision. Those resources, you're always judged by that. From whether we were hunter-gatherers and we were going out in the jungles and we were going out in the woods and we were going out to the mountains to get that meal and bring it back, or whether we were fishermen to get that meal to bring it back to the family, provision. Whether we were protecting the family, whether we were problem solving or intimacy, you're expected to do that, man. I don't care if you got a sad chick, you better fuck the dog shit out of your wife. I'm gonna say this again. I don't care if you got a sad chick, you better have intimacy for your wife. Never smash your sad chick better than you smash your wife. You done lost your mind. Now, how do you do that? So you're judged by this, but how do you use these resources? By the equation of life. You're either adding, subtracting, dividing, or multiplying something as a man. Either you're adding resources or subtracting negativity. You're either multiplying resources, all you crypto dudes, or you're dividing something, saying I need to separate this from this. You're either subtracting something or you're multiplying something. So multiplication, addition, subtraction, adding, subtraction, multiplication, dividing. What are you dividing, multiplying, subtracting? Something that you are either providing, protecting, problem solving, or your intimacy. Either you're adding more to your intimacy or you're taking away from your intimacy. Either you're multiplying your intimacy or you're dividing your intimacy between 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 women. But you're doing that as a man. And those are the things you're judged by as a man. Don't you ever forget it. Throughout human history, you're going to always be, you could be born when the Terminator came around. And somebody's going to ask you as a man, can you provide? We got Terminators everywhere. Can you provide resources? Can you protect? Can you we got Terminators everywhere. Can you protect? But we need to multiply as a people. Can you bring intimacy? By using these resources, can you add, subtract, multiply, and divide as a man? That's how you're judged as a man in this life and after this life when God has you stand in front of you. He said, what did you add, multiply, divide, and subtract? Because that's all God. If you guys ever wonder what judgment is, the judgment day in the Bible is you stand in front of God and God asks you, what did you add? What did you multiply? What did you divide? And what did you subtract? That's all what judgment is. If you guys ever wonder what God's judgment is in the Bible, as a man, did you add something that I told you to add? Did you subtract somebody or something that I told you to subtract? Did you multiply something that I told you to multiply? Did you divide something when I told you do not divide that? That's it. If you think that manhood is more than that, it's not. No matter what country, no matter what women you looking for. So if you think you're gonna go to Brazil and think you're gonna find some women that don't look for a man that's providing, the problem solving, protecting, and the penis, you crazy. If you think you'll come to Colombia and women don't want your penis, your problem solving, your protection, and your provision skills, you crazy. It's all about the money. No matter where you go, don't ever get that upped up. The money means, in the mind of a woman, resources and stability. Can he do this over a time period? Can he provide for us over a time period? Don't you ever forget that. Yes, sir. I've been reading Ecclesiastics the last week. Yes, sir, gentlemen. Thank you guys for helping me go back to Ecclesiastes. He said, thou hast a wife after thy mind, or that follows what you do. He said, forsake her not. If you got a woman that's after your mind that follows what you do, provision, protection, problem solving, and intimacy, or penis, and she understands that you're multiplying, dividing, subtracting, and adding something, forsake her not. But give thyself not over to a light or stupid woman. Shout out to the Amplified Bible. Shout out to the Amplified Bible. Do not give yourself to a light or a stupid woman. Those of you with passports. Let's go back to the video. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen. Shout out to my man Meek in the building.
And we are very
now. This is them. This is them in real life. So if you ever wonder, they blew up.
lucky to have relationship experts in studio with us this morning. It's the Rockmans joining us. I know.
His real name is Rock. If you ever want to look him up on Instagram or TikTok, his real name is Rockman. Like mom and dad didn't think of nothing else. Like, let's name our baby Rock. So he's Rockman out of Detroit. Shout out to good brother. And she's Janice Rockman. So if you want to look her up.
Denise Rockman and Rockman. It's good to see you guys.
Denise. I said Janice, but it's Janice.
Thank you. It's so good to be here.
We first got a glimpse of you on a reality show on Bravo, and you have a very large family.
Yes.
Lots of unique moving parts in that family.
With large personalities.
So well stated, Shelley.
Yes. But you guys seem to be very grounded, and not only do you both have a great relationship, but you travel around and kind of help others with their relationships.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about what you guys have been up to.
Absolutely. Well, we've been doing this for, getting close to 10 years now.
Now, there's her name. You can look it up. Look her crazy, but now this the one that's been locked up. Think about it. They're on camera, smiling to everybody, making it seem like everything is peachy keen. But this sister's crazy, and the sex is crazy, but she's still crazy.
Almost a decade.
Almost a decade. We travel, we do a relationship tour, we do television appearances, and we do one-on-one coaching with folks. And it's because we learn so much in school when we're growing up, but yet when we get out, we know nothing about how to navigate relationships, which is the biggest part of our life.
That's true. Let me ask you this. Can every relationship be saved, or are there some that just aren't meant to be?
I love that question.
You know, that's
Like theirs.
a phenomenal question. And really, some relationships can't be saved.
Okay.
There are some that just won't work. But, you know, if you put the effort in, and, you know, my wife and I always say, you know, the perfect relationship are two imperfect people that refuse to give up on each other.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you have that mentality, you can make it through all the punches through life. So as a result of all the drama that ensued,
all that talk, now we fast forward
on the TV show, we were also thinking it's maybe time for us to leave and make a move and get out of here. We were thinking of uprooting again for the third time. Like I said, the first time was Detroit. The second time was California. Now we're planning on uprooting and moving to Texas. So that's exactly what we did. Once the show wrapped up, we pretty much got to the point to where we said, we're out of here. The show created a lot of animosity between my ex-wife and her sisters and family, just because the way all the drama worked out. And in the next video, part 10, I'll explain how we move forward in Texas and what happened from there. But if you want to understand anything in between all of that, just go and watch the TV show, but watch at your own risk. Part 10 coming up. Part 10, how my perfect 20-year marriage abruptly came to an end. So the first season of the show has wrapped up. We've landed in Austin, Texas, and immediately things start to take off for us. I find work really quickly. We find a really nice place to stay. My wife at the time still wasn't working, but I told her, take as much time as you need. And
Imam is in the building. Yes, sir. Shout out to Imam. And his $10 toward the Children's Cancer Foundation. For those of you that don't know, let's take a commercial because I said I was going to do this earlier. Before he goes any further into the next part, we said that we were going to also talk a little further about what we have been doing as far as the fundraiser. Let's go there. For those of you who weren't here earlier with Love Crossing Borders, we have reached our $500 goal. We're beyond that, like $560. And shout out to all you guys that have donated. And we're just going to let it run for a couple more weeks. Hopefully we'll be able to make it to $600, $700 for the Children's Cancer Foundation. Why is that? Because last year we gave $4,300 last year. The year before that, we gave $1,700. And so hopefully we'll be able to get to like $600, $700 this year. So we're going to let it run a couple of more weeks to see how it goes. But we have hit the goal of 500. Right now, we're like at 550, 560. Shout out to all you guys who have donated over the last few months to make sure that we hit this particular goal for the Children's Cancer Foundation here in Cali, Colombia. When people think that passport bros and black men expats don't give and we only take, that is not true. So right here is the home page, and I'm dropping the link so you guys can actually see what you're donating to. So I'm gonna drop that link. But I don't feel sorry for her either. I agree with that. Shout out to Iman once again. We're gonna drop that link. Appreciate you being here, brother. I really do. And right here is just, once again, we were looking early at the ask questions section. So you'll be able to ask about the children. You'll be able to ask about any other thing, like what kind of donations you could donate. Can I visit a relative who's in the foundation? All these other questions are available, as well as how you can get involved. And these are all kids that are fighting cancer here in Cali, Colombia, that we donate to every year. We try to start our year every year by giving, because we know if we give, we sow the seed, we grow a tree, a plant of prosperity by giving to others. And plus, even if we don't get anything, it's just good to bless other individuals that can't afford. And so these are the programs that they have, that they offer. Shout out to the kids out there doing their thing, battling cancer. I remember when I was locked up as a kid in the hospital. I was 7 years old. I got hit by a car when I was 7 years old in Detroit. I was in the hospital from 7 to 11 years old. I'll say that again. For those of you that don't know, I was in the hospital as a kid from 7 to 11 years old. This was in the 70s, late 70s. I got hit by a car. Jeffrey can tell you, Ghostface, I wasn't knocked up in the air. I was sucked up under the car. They came from a blind side. My grandmother, Jeffrey's mom, check it. Jeffrey's mom is standing at the bus stop about to go to work. I'm coming home from school across the street. My brother, Candy, and Rob are looking out the window like, man, I wish, because grandmama and them, Jeffrey and them, Jeffrey's like 1 year old, 2 years old. They lived directly across the street from us. So I lived literally across the street from all of my relatives, cousins, everybody, right? And remember, on Van Dyke in Detroit, down the street from Aretha Franklin's dad's church, Van Dyke and Mac. That's where I got hit by a car. Van Dyke and Mac, all you Detroiters. I get ready. Grandma looks both ways. Come on, baby. She tells me to cross the street. All of a sudden, a car came speeding behind her, past that red light on Forest, and came around the corner. Came on the main street. Van Dyke hit me. Instead of hitting me up in the air, it sucked me up under the car. So it's dragging me down towards Aretha Franklin's dad's church on the next block, or Mac. And I kid you not, dudes. They from what I heard, they had to like peel me off the bottom of the car like a cartoon. All I remember was waking up I kid you not, all I remember was waking up in the hospital. But because technology at that time period to rebuild me was so behind, I had to be in a wheelchair. Some of you don't even remember a time when wheelchairs were long. There was a time period where you had the regular wheelchairs that we know, but there were wheelchairs that were long where your legs were straight out. I was in those wheelchairs. I had to go through therapy. I remember I was in the newspapers. I remember all the toys that came. And then when I got out, all the toys and food that came to our house. I'm 11 years old. I literally had to do I was the original homeschool. Before there was such thing as a whole homeschool, I was homeschooled. My principal, my teachers would come to the hospital to make sure I had all that I needed to study as a kid. True story. True story, man. Yeah, $6 million man. Y'all sit back and listen to my stories, and y'all wonder, why is Andre so happy in Colombia? Why is he so at peace? Why he don't let stuff get to him? Brother, I have lived through enough hell to make it to 58. Stuff that happens in the United States or happens in the Black community don't move me like everybody else. I've survived so much that God has allowed me to continue on living in this wonderful thing called life. So at the end of the day, believe you me, I know what it's like as a child to be battling. And that's one of the reasons why we give towards the Children's Cancer Foundation by way of Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, because I know what it's like as a kid to battle. So just in case you ever wonder why I do the donations, Taylor Made Dreams gives to the orphanages in DR because he lost his daughters. He actually lost 2 daughters. Think about it. Taylor Made Dreams get to DR and he loses 2 daughters. They were older and lost 2 daughters. And now he has his youngest daughter's probably like, I think she's like 4 or 5 now. She's 4 right now. He appreciates her. But you don't know what some of us have gone through to appreciate what we have today. And so that's why I appreciate giving every year towards the Children's Cancer Foundation, because I know what it's like to be a child battling, and so many people gave to my family. So shout out to you guys. Yeah, like a cartoon. True story. I'm stuck to the muffler type of thing. True story. True story. Yeah, I'm from Van Dyke. Shout out to all them Kettering high schools right down the street from Kettering. It was like I got hit. The next block was Aretha Franklin's dad church, was Aretha Franklin's son, Bridge Over Troubled Waters. Like a bridge over troubled waters. She sung that at her dad's church, or that album was right down the street from where we lived. A few blocks over was Kettering High School. Shout out to all you Ketterings from Detroit. Kettering, not Karen's. Kettering High School. Shout out to Kenny people. Andre said Karen's. Jeffrey said, I remember all that. Only when they brought you home. Jeffrey was a shorty. Remember Jeffrey, my uncle, he's younger than I am. Jeffrey said, I remember when they brought you home years later. Years later. I'm on my way to puberty. By the time I went in as a kid, I came out on my way to puberty. And then, think about it, not even 12 years later, I'm incarcerated in the feds for 10 years. And y'all wonder why I'm so appreciative of my 50s. Shh. And some of you guys got stories like I got. So you better be appreciative of them 30s, 40s, and 50s. Let's get back to the video.
Your purpose in life, what it is that you want to do with the rest of your life. She decided she wants to go back to school, get her master's degree, and become a therapist. Fantastic. Let's make that happen. So during this time, she was actually still taking classes in Tennessee. So a couple times a month, I'd fly her back and forth to Tennessee. Eventually, she transferred to classes in Dallas, Texas, which was really fun for the family because we would load the kids up, spend a couple weekends a month in Dallas. I'm taking care of the kids while mom is focusing on finishing up her studies. So that was a really fun time for us. So eventually she graduates, and now she's in position where she can start contributing to the household. So things are looking really well for us. During this time, the second season of the show is coming around. Now, her sisters had been extending all olive branches to make amends so they could get their sisterhood going again. But my wife didn't want anything to do with it. They would send gifts. She'd send the gifts back. She didn't want anything to do with it. But the second season of the show is coming around, and we're thinking we're far from rich, but we're doing okay. But we're thinking if the second season of the show does really well, it could be a huge opportunity for us. So we decided we'll go ahead and do the second season. Second season is as much drama as the first season. It's a reality TV show. This is what comes with the package. So when the third season came around, by that time we were out. There's no way we're going to do another season. And the first and second season were all...
Wait, I think I found him. I found his ass. Hold on. He was not lying. He was on the show. This is him. Okay, I understand it now, brother. That's his ass.
Because during this time, I'm still dealing with the manic episodes as well. Now, by this time, I had become a master at dealing with the manic episodes. Couple trips to the hospital, and it was really the same pattern as the first time that I told you.
Now, mind you, they ain't got no kids yet. He could still have walked away like he could have walked away a few years ago after he got his car back. But he stayed around. He's going to repeat himself because the crazy coochie was so good.
I'm the one that's with the problem. Let's go to the hospital. I'll make sure they talk to me as long as they talk to you. Let's just get through this. But in the meantime, I get some mind-blowing sex. But I became a master at navigating the manic episodes. So we got that part worked out. But I did get to a point to where I talked to her and I said, something's going on. You may want to consider seeing a psychiatrist, maybe getting on some sort of medication, because at this point,
now remember her career, she's a psychiatrist. So somebody was paying big money for a psychiatrist who was on television like we just saw, and she was doing it for couples like we just looked at, but she was crazy as can be her dang self.
Still didn't have a diagnosis of what was really going on with her. But she assured me I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. If anything, there's something wrong with you. I was talking about me. Maybe there's something wrong with you, which was the same pattern that we had over the years. But I had become so good at managing life with the manic episodes, I didn't put too much pressure on it. So moving forward, we had also started to build a lot of buzz around media. We had a local show on CBS that we were doing regular segments on talking about relationships. Now, if you want to see any of our segments, go to cbaustin.com. In the search, type in my last name, Rockman, and you'll be able to see some of our segments.
Welcome back to We Are Austin. Between Valentine's Day last week and wedding season, which is coming up really soon, many of us have relationships on the mind. So whether you're in a committed couple or if you're still looking for that right partner, Rock and Janice Rockman from the Rockman Institute are here this morning with us with some insight in the different ways that we form adult attachments. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
It's great to see you guys.
Thank you.
From what I understand, these attachments as adults do come from the attachments that we're forming as kids.
Yeah, to a large extent, I think. Like sometimes the early attachments we had with our caregivers, whoever that may have been, kind of sets our programming up for what to expect in relationships.
Okay.
And the good thing about it is no matter what your attachment style is, part of it I think is just to help raise awareness so you're more conscious of it, but it doesn't mean it's like a lifetime sentence or a label.
You're not chained to it,
No,
right?
you're not chained into it.
Can you explain kind of what the attachment style is or styles are?
Yeah, sure. So, and basically sort of how you learn to relate to other people is kind of how you show up in the world and relate to others in friendships or partnerships, intimate partnerships. There's three primary ones:
you see how I did that?
Insecure, and then anxious and avoidant. And
Okay.
So insecure is, for example, if you grew up in an environment where just no one was around. You weren't sure if you were going to receive love. You weren't picked up a lot as a child. There was not a lot of security in your environment or in your community. So then it begins to build this insecurity of not being sure if love is going to remain or if people are going to be around. You're just, it's not that you're an insecure person, you're just insecure about what your surroundings are and what relationships mean.
And we had a lot of good chemistry on the show. We were also doing a radio show, so we're getting a lot of buzz. Things are going really well for us. And we were also doing a marriage ministry. We were traveling all over the country. We were doing marriage workshops all over the country. Things couldn't be better for us at this point in our life.
You doing all this knowing that, we better come back to the video. You doing all this knowing that your wife is cuckoo. You know your wife is, you've been knowing when she was your girlfriend, she told you she was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Her family told you she was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'll try to be serious. Her sisters told you, bruh, you date my sister? You know she cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. She told you she was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Even though she was a psychiatrist to help other people out, why would you stay? Let's go back to what he said. He said he thought his little gift of being with her was the crazy sex. Let's go back to the video.
Until her mother got sick. That was the night everything changed. Part 11. How my perfect 20-year marriage abruptly came to an end. It's January 2020.
He blew up from dealing with her.
My wife is now almost done with all her requirements for school. She's now in a position where she's about to start working and now contributing to the household. We're in the development of having our own TV show. We have 3 wonderful children. I mean, life couldn't be better at this point in our life. And then we get a call.
She looked like she ready to toss that little boy.
Call from Tennessee. Mom is sick. We don't know if she's going to make it. You guys need to get up here. Okay, great. We're on our way. No problem. So we load up the kids. Now we got to drive to Tennessee. Not realizing this would be the last weekend that we would spend together as a family.
Don't forget that.
This would be the last weekend that we would be together as a couple. So we get to Tennessee and immediately there's drama because this is years after the show. And my wife is still not talking to her sisters. And as a matter of fact, she refuses to even be in the room with them when she visits her mom. So we have to wait for her sisters to leave before we go in and check on mom. After some time, over that weekend, it turns out mom is pulling through. We think she's going to be okay. There's some complications, but we think mom's going to pull through. She's going to be all right.
No, he had thyroid surgery. You know, your thyroid's in your throat. He had thyroid surgery like right before he started recording. So you'll notice how sometimes in his eyes are red, but he's healing, and he had thyroid surgery. That's what the bandage is for.
So it was a quick trip. We had to turn right back around and get back to Texas because the kids got to get back to school. I have to get back to work. So we're on the road driving back to Texas. And I'm starting to notice what I've seen so many times before. We're going into another manic episode. Okay, no problem. I've seen this before. I know how to, I'm a master at navigating manic episodes. No problem. We can get this done. Except this one is different. This one is manic episode on level 10. It's something different about this one. But I'm saying to myself, you know what? Her mother is in a situation. We didn't know if she was going to make it. I totally understand. But I tell you what, so one of the signs that I would regularly see when I know we're going into a manic episode and I have to step in.
Hold on, I gotta get me some coffee. This is getting bad.
To manic management in addition to what I already told you,
okay, if y'all need to go use the bathroom, I'm gonna give y'all a few seconds to go use the bathroom, give y'all some time to freshen up your drinks, go pop some popcorn. Bruh, it's about to get good. You thought it was good now? Nah. That was him laying the foundation. The first half we listened to was him laying the foundation. Go on, take a few minutes out. Go on pee if you need to pee. Elemento. Get your Elemento on. Freshen up your drink. Pop your popcorn. Speaking of popping some popcorn. I'm gonna see if Andre can pop me some popcorn. You laughing, Jeff? I'm about to see Jeff laugh because he was the one that sent it to me, so he know how good it's about to get. It's about to get good. I'm about to ask Andrea to make me some popcorn, so y'all can go ahead and take a few seconds out, go to the bathroom, blah blah blah. Do what you gonna do. I'm telling you, it's about to get crazy. She crazy, dude. You gonna realize you thought he was crazy. She was crazy. Wait until you see this next part of her craziness. Remember, they got 3 kids. So yeah, I'm about to go. I'm gonna let this ride, but I'm gonna go get me some popcorn made.
Crazy sex. She gets overly communicative.
Once again, it's the 4th time he said crazy
I'm
sex.
noticing on this drive back, she is on her phone and she is sending text messages as long as my intro to this story. She is chopping away. She trying to light fire on that phone. And I'm looking like, whoa, my goodness. But once again, this is a uncanny situation. We don't know, mama's in a bad place. So I'm like, normal thing that I do, buckle down. I got to make sure the kids are taken care of, make sure everyone's good, and we'll get through this. And then later on tonight, I might get some of that wild. We get back home. It's a Sunday night. Kids got to go to school in the morning. I have to go to work. Put everybody to bed. It's a normal night. I get up the next morning, my normal routine, get the kids ready for school, go to work. It's a normal day. She's at home. She's resting. I know it's been a long weekend for her. So I go to work, normal day at work. And at this time, I was working Uber as well. So I would work my regular 9 to 5. And then from like 5 until midnight, I would drive Uber just to make some additional incomes.
Now, remember, he's still in this prosperity church that's telling him that your wife is not supposed to work and she's only supposed to give. She's supposed to save money, sow money into the church, and then she can shop all she wants. So he's working all these jobs, but his wife is not, even though she's a psychiatrist and a psycho at the same time. She's a psychiatrist and a psycho. Psychiatrist and a psycho at the same time, but yet she stopped working, even though she graduated from the University of Michigan. She's 6 figures, but he tells her, girl, you don't need to bring those 6 figures in anyway. I'll work to bring that 6 figures in, even if I got to drive Uber, because he's so in love with the crazy coochie. So in love with the crazy coochie.
Right. So I do my normal thing. I get off my regular 9 to 5. Then I click my Uber on. All right, now it's time to go to work. Then I start getting calls from the kids. Kids blowing my phone up, texting me, calling me. I'm like, kids, what's going on? Dad, we hungry. Where's mom at? We don't know where mom is. I'm hungry. I want something to eat. Dad, can you please come home? And I'm like, okay, let me call your mother real quick. I call my, Janice, where are you? I'm calling her. I can't get a hold of her.
Zero, I need for you to email me. Because I want to do an episode with you. I'm serious, brother. I want you to email me. I got an episode I've been putting together. I've been thinking about with you and I for about a good 2 or 3 months. So email me, brother. aspence2011@gmail.
I have no idea where she is. I'm calling. She's not picking up the phone. She's not picking up text messages. And I'm like, what is going on? Some time goes by and I'm like, okay, I got to go home and take care of the kids and make sure they're good. So I reroute. I'm on my way home. Great. Now I get a call from my wife. Ring, ring. Oh, hey, babe. Yeah, everything is good. I got the kids. Yeah, babe, where you been at? The kids been calling me. They saying they hungry. They say they can't find you. What's going on? Like, is everything okay? Yeah, I'm good, baby. Sorry. I'll make sure the kids get something to eat. Everybody's good. Okay, no problem. Fantastic. So I go back to doing my regular grind. Now I'm driving. I'm thinking everything at home is taken care of. Well, I decide to end a little early tonight. So it's around 11 o'clock. I drive home like I normally do. I get home and I pull up. Nobody's home. Kids not home. Wife not home. Car's gone. Where is everybody? Where's my family? It's 11 o'clock at night. It's a school night. The kids got to go to school in the morning. Where is everybody? Okay, so I'm scrambling. I'm looking around like, where's my wife? I'm calling her. She's not picking up the phone again. What's going on? So she was sick over that weekend. She had a cold and her throat was hurting really bad. So I'm thinking maybe she went to the hospital. So there's about a mile down from where we live. So I drive to the hospital. She's not at the hospital. And I'm freaking out at this point. Like, where is my family? So I don't have any other choice. I can't figure out where they are. So my only option is just to drive home. So I drive home, I get home, and guess who pulls up at the same time that I do? At midnight. My wife. With the children in the car. Now the children are buzzing when they get out the car. Oh yeah, they getting out. Oh yeah. And I'm like, I'm upset at this point. And my wife and I rarely argue and I rarely get upset. But I'm looking at her like, what? I'm really upset with you. Where were you? I couldn't get a hold of you. What was going on? You had me extremely worried. I'm thinking like, where's my family? And the kids got to go to school in the morning. What is going on? Here's where it gets really bizarre. She's not talking to me. She's whispering. Supposedly her throat hurts too much to actually talk. And so she's whispering, I'll talk to you in a minute. And I'm like, will you talk to me and tell me what was going on? I was extremely worried. And she's still whispering, I'll tell you what's going on. So she's not giving me any information. Okay, we get in the house. I'm pissed at this point. We get in the house and put the kids to bed, and I tell her like, you ready to talk to me now? Because you need to let me know what's going on. Where were you tonight? And why were you out so late? And why couldn't I get a hold of you? Everything's gonna be okay, don't worry. And this is just driving me through the roof, all this whispering. So then she's talking about my throat hurts too much. So then she write notes.
Thanks, Zero.
But she writing these notes without, not giving me any information. She writing notes and just scribbling down jargon that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I give up. She goes, and it's about 2 o'clock in the morning at this point. We arguing back and forth, but she's not giving me any information. She goes and locks herself in the bathroom. When she locks herself in the bathroom, she start making all these crazy noises that sounded something like hot. And I'm like, what is going on in that bathroom? She has the door locked and I'm exhausted at this point. So I go to sleep. So this is Monday night. I get up Tuesday morning. She's still locked in the bathroom. She comes out of the bathroom all wet. I guess she took a bath, all night bath. I'm not even asking about the noises. I'm just so exhausted and I'm trying to figure out what was going on last night. So she's still whispering and not giving me any information.
Notice he was with her long enough, crazy coochie. This woman here, this is not an image that I created. This is her. So just in case you guys are looking at the screen and wondering, okay, yeah, this is her. He was with crazy coochie long enough to have 3 kids. Shout out to the kids. Shout out to him though. But he was with crazy coochie. Some of us like to be with crazy coochie in other countries. Yeah.
And she's still writing these doggone notes. And I'm getting extremely frustrated at this point. So I'm still fighting and trying to get some information out of her. I'm not getting anything. Now, one thing that I told you guys, that what did I tell y'all that comes along with the manic episodes is the crazy sex. So in the midst of me.
Notice how he continues to bring this up, gentlemen. Some of y'all going to these other countries and y'all won't let these, even the pay for play go. I'm serious. That's why I brought this video up. Because some of y'all won't let the pay for play go because, to be honest, it's some of the craziest sex that you'd ever had when you went to Brazil. When you let that Colombia, you done got your nuts sucked, but you ain't never got your nuts sucked like that Venezuelan did. She sucked your nuts, she licking your booty, she all in your balls. You like, My booty, I farted like three minutes ago. She's still licking my booty. Oh my God. She licking fart booty. I love Venezuelans. She licking my fart booty. I know y'all losing your mind, right? Because she licking fart booty. She got your legs up in the air. Your legs just a shaking, quivering, and you like Simply Red, holding back the tears. I'll keep holding on. I got you. You trying to keep from crying while she's sucking you. You crying and busting. She say, don't bust on my lips, baby. Bust on my pupil. You getting pupil sex. She letting you bust directly in her. How some women say, if you bust in my eye, it burns. No, she opening her eye wide open. I need for you to bust directly, and you losing your mind. Don't act like what this brother is saying is wrong, because I see too many of you dudes that come down here and deal with pay for play women that allowed you to bust in her pupil, and now you paying for her kids' college tuition. You paying for her college tuition. You sitting back. You ain't even been to college before. You can't tell me what inside of a dorm look like. But you coming to another country paying for everybody else. Yeah, pupil freaks. Yeah, seriously, man. You got your fart booty licked. You like, I just farted 3 minutes ago and she licking my boot. Girl, don't you? She's sucking it from the back, mama. Mama. You sitting up there about to bust a nut and calling your mama at the same time. Mama. 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 Mama, I'm in love. You calling your mama. You literally, when you get done having sex with a pay for play, you literally calling your mama, baby mama, and your wife. You calling your mama, baby mama, who you ain't with no more, and your wife. I am never leaving Colombia. They got Venezuelans here and Brazilians here that's doing stuff that ain't none of y'all doing. That's because y'all ain't crazy enough. And y'all sit back and come out of all your money in Colombia, and then when you broke, she kicks you to the curb to lick the next man's booty. Yes, she leaves you so she can lick the next man's booty hole and suck his neck and give him some pupil sex. You think that you the first ass she'd have never bust in? You think you the first person that she sat back and said, I want him to come directly in my eye. Pupil sex. You think you the first pupil sex that she done had? No. That's why I'm showing this video. Not just in regards to this brother, but I'm saying we all need to be wise in our behavior. We all need to be wise in our behavior because we all can get caught up. Even your boy. One of the reasons I don't cheat is because you guys know I come from a family of addictive behavior disorder. If I cheat once, I'm cheating on Andre 51 times. Ain't gonna be no one time. I'm telling you that now. No, I'm serious. The reason I don't cheat because I already know how I am in my family. I ain't gonna be no one time. See, some of you dudes can cheat once a year. Not me. It's gonna be 51, 71 bitches, 360. No, thank you, sexy boo. What? That's what I'm saying. See, that's the love that you get in Colombia, man. You get the fresh popcorn for the show, guys. Come on, let's get back to the video. You don't want to hear me. Let's get to snacking.
Arguing and trying to get some information out of her. All of a sudden now, guess what? She wants to have sex. Now I told y'all that the manic sex is off the chain. This is on a whole nother level as we going into it. She pushing me around. She throwing me on the bed. It is wild. And she asking me to do all this wild stuff to her. And I'm like, I know I was upset about wherever you were last night, But now at this point, I'm like, okay, well, at least this is my treat that I get for dealing with this manic madness. So I'm like, oh, let's get into it. At a certain point, I get over top of her. When I get over top of her, I don't know what she was thinking. She reached up and grabbed me by the balls.
Right.
And she started squeezing
man. They
as
know.
tight as she could. And I start screaming like a baby.
This is the same chick that grabbed this man's balls and start squeezing with her nails in his balls.
Let me go. And I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. I don't know what to do.
While the kid's in the other room, daddy's screaming, not mama screaming, he's screaming.
And she just gripping harder. And this is a moment that I will regret for the rest of my life. As long as the 20 years that my wife and I have been married.
I told y'all I got some popcorn. Y'all thought I was playing.
I never put my hands on her. But for whatever reason, I said, Janice, you need to let me go or I'm going to smack you. Why did I say that? When I said I'm going to smack you, she bared down even harder. And I'm screaming and I reared back and I smacked her. I regret that. I don't condone putting your hands on a woman. It was the only thing I could think of at the moment. I smacked her.
When he did this, all the women in TikTok was like, domestic violence. This woman got your nuts and her fingernails in your skin, in your body. And all the women on TikTok who don't have balls were like, see, that's what I'm talking about, domestic violence. He hit her. He knocked her upside the head. That's what's wrong.
And then I declawed her nails out of my balls. She literally had me by the balls. And so now she coming at me. She trying to fight me. She trying to push me. And it is just crazy. And I'm trying to get her off of me. It's just madness in the bedroom. So me screaming so loud woke the kids up because this is 5, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Woke the kids up before school. Daddy screaming before school.
Kids up, kids banging on the door. Dad, are you okay? What's going on in there? And through the midst of us tussling, for whatever reason, she stopped and laid down on the floor. Now I'm telling the kids everything, we gonna be all right. I'm trying to get myself together, figure out, like, what do I do? I leave out of the room, I close the door, and now I gotta try to figure out my normal routine of taking care of the kids. So kids, nothing's wrong. Daddy just got hurt. I'm okay. Let's get you guys ready for school. And the kids are crying. They don't know what's going on.
I'm not gonna lie. I could see the pain in his face. That sound like it hurts, bro. He said he had to declaw her nails. Bro, that shit.
So I'm going through my normal routine, getting the kids together. And then all of a sudden, I hear the loudest screams coming out of the bedroom. And then I hear banging on the wall. Boom, 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 banging on the walls. And then the kids are freaking out at this point. So I go in the room and she is
right,
in
Dave.
the room completely losing it. She's on the floor and she is wailing back and forth, screaming, banging on the walls. Boom, 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 bang, bang.
The reason I edited and showed you guys her on television, it's amazing how professional she is. It's amazing how she has her, if you notice her nails, they're cut short and professional. She's talking as a psychiatrist, but then you're listening to the real her from her ex-husband.
Bang. To this day, my daughter can't stand hearing loud bangs from that. Bang, she banging, boom. Yo, what is going? I am scared at this point. I was a master at dealing with the manic episodes, but nothing like this. So I'm I don't know what to do. And the first person that I could think to call is my brother. So I call my brother on FaceTime. I don't remember if I called him on FaceTime or if I called him just on a regular phone. But I'm like, yo, bro, listen to what's going on. My wife is losing her mind, bro. And my brother, yo, you need to call 911. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. So I get 911 on the phone. They answer, hi, my name is Rock. I'm here with my wife. She has a history of mental health issues, and she's in a position where she's unstable, and I need you guys to send someone out here. Sir, is everything okay? Is this a domestic situation? No, everything's fine. She has a history of doing this. She's done this before. Sir, you need to stay on the phone with us, and we'll get the paramedics sent out there. Great. Fantastic. Let's just stay on the phone. Just monitor her. Is she doing okay? Yeah, she's doing fine. That and the other. So while I'm on the phone with the paramedics, she burst out of the room and she is coming at me with everything she got. She's swinging. She has some little metal, I can't think of what it was, but she's swinging it at me. She grabbed a broom and she's swinging the broom at me, trying to hit me with the broom. And then all the kids are around seeing all of this. And then my daughter had a blanket and she was holding the blanket up. No, Mom, don't hit Dad, don't do this. And I'm still on the phone with 911 and I'm trying to manage everything that's going on and get the kids out of the way. And it is just bananas. So eventually, somehow we get her isolated back to the room. Now the door pushed out toward me. So I got my foot on the door because she's trying to reach around the door and she's trying to hit me around the door and just trying to get me. And I'm on the phone with the paramedic and I'm trying to tell y'all need to get over here. And then we get a knock on the door. But my foot's still on the door. She's still around the door, swinging at me, trying to hit me. And I'm still on the phone with the paramedics. She yelling through the phone, his name is such and such. He works at such and such. He's crazy. He needs help. Get somebody out here for him. Blah, blah, blah. My youngest son is at my legs punching at me. Daddy, leave mommy alone. So while I get this knock on the door, I'm like, okay, these are the paramedics. So I'm thinking, if I let this door go, she's going to rush me. So I'm trying to think what to do. So my daughter's standing over there. I'm like, go answer the door. And the kids are just stunned. They don't want to do anything. So I'm like, oh, I got to get this door. So I'm like, whatever. If she rushes me, she rushes me. So I let the door go. I go answer the door, thinking it's the paramedics. I open the door. I'm staring at a police officer. How you doing, sir? Is everything okay? Can you tell me what's going on? What happened? And I'm like, okay, I explained to him just like I just explained to you guys. My wife has the history of mental health issues and manic episodes. We were being intimate. She grabbed me by the balls. I smacked her and everything exploded from there. Police officer's like, okay, now while we're talking, we had walked to a certain part of the house where I could look in the bedroom. Now, just 2 seconds ago, I'm thinking she's about to rush me, but now we're standing right in front of the room where you can look inside and see the room, and she's laying on the floor butt naked. Because like I mentioned, we were just about to be intimate. So she still doesn't have any clothes on. So she's laying over the floor, not laying on the floor, not a stitch of clothing on. Myself and the police officer are staring inside. After I finished telling him my story, he says, do you mind if I go in and speak with her? I'm like, okay, if you need to, go right ahead.
What freaky ass? No, you can't go in there until she put on some clothes. What the hell is going on, bro? What kind of freaky ass shit is this?
He goes in the room. When he goes in the room, she getting up I could see her getting up. She dazed and confused. She was looking at the police officer and telling him whatever she was saying, because I couldn't hear. I could see inside, but I couldn't hear what she was saying to the officer. So after some time, police officer came back and talked to me and said, we need to get some help in here. Do you want me to get the paramedics? I said, duh, that's the reason why I called in the first place. So now he leaves out to get the paramedics. And I'm thinking to myself, we got to get some clothes on her. We got to get her covered up. So I'm asking my daughter, help me get her dressed. Let's try to get some clothes on mommy. We're trying to get clothes on her, and she not having it. She not letting us do anything. So I'm like, oh, let's at least put a blanket over her so she's at least covered up. Because at this time, she's still laying on the ground. So we put a blanket on her. And the paramedics come in. 4 or 5 paramedics come in. They go directly to the room and they surround her. She's laying on the floor. They surround her. Ma'am, are you okay? Is everything okay, ma'am? We're here to help you. And then after a while, she stands up and she's in the middle of the circle, butt naked. All these paramedics standing around her. And then it starts to get a little intense. And then it starts to get to be a little bit of pushing and shutting. It's starting to intensify. And they're like, ma'am, you have to relax, ma'am.
Can we get somebody to donate to Love Crossing Borders by way of the Children's Cancer Foundation on Cash App, as well as Super Chats? Appreciate you, gentlemen. Hope you guys are enjoying this episode. Get your popcorn. Get your boy. I told y'all to get your damn pop. Y'all hear that music? Y'all hear that music? Get your popcorn. Get your drinky drink and your popcorn, dude. In the words of LL, and my rhyme ain't done. Let's continue on.
We're going to have to get you out of here, ma'am. And then they came out and said, look, we're going to have to close the door and deal with this. So they closed the door, and I could hear from outside of the door, ma'am, we're going to have to take you out of here. Ma'am, do you want us to give you a shot? We're going to have to give you a shot to sedate you, ma'am, to get you out of here. And I'm hearing all this tussling going on. And then they're like, let's give her the shot. Go ahead and give her the shot. And boom, I guess they gave her the shot because after a while, everything kind of settled down. They brought a stretcher in, wrapped a blanket around her, put her on the stretcher, strapped her to the stretcher. So then now they're wheeling her out of the house on the stretcher. They wheeled her right by me. And when they did that, she took her ring off of her finger and licked it like that. And then looked me in the eye. She threw the ring and looked me in my eyes and said, I'm divorcing you.
This crazy chick threw the ring and said, I'm divorcing you. I'd have been jumping up and down, happy, dancing in the streets. Don't forget this moment. I'm divorcing you. While she on the stretcher, bucket naked, after dealing with fire department and paramedics that had to sedate her. The only thing on her mind was she didn't say my kids was my kids like most mothers would do. She didn't sit back and say, baby, I'm so sorry. This is not me. This is not me. All she did was put the blame on this man for staying with the crazy coochie. Bucket naked. You was bucket naked in front of everyone. And the only thing that you had on was a ring. And you even threw the ring off.
And then I was like, babe, I'll see you at the hospital. Because I'm thinking to myself, like, I've seen these manic episodes before. It's never been this intense. But I'm thinking she's just talking out of her mind. So they wheel her out. Now I'm standing here. It's just me and the kids. And I'm like, what just happened? And I'm just trying to figure out what are the next moves that I need to make. There's no way I can go to work today. Look, I got some situations going on at home. I need to take the day off. Okay, no problem. Go ahead and take the day off. So then now I got the kids. Now, originally, I was trying to get the kids to school before everything blew up. And so now I'm like, this was a big mistake. I don't know what I was thinking, but I took the kids to school. And I took my youngest to daycare. Not thinking about the trauma they just experienced, but I'm just trying to piece together, how do I deal with this situation? So I get the kids to school, youngest to daycare. Now I got to go to the hospital and check on my wife. So I get to the hospital, and when I go, how you doing? My name is, my wife is, she's here. Can you let me back to go and say I'm here to check on her? Okay, what is your name, sir? Okay, 1 second, sir. And I'm like, and then I'm waiting a while, like, okay, just 1 second, sir. And I'm like, why am I waiting? Just let me back there to go check on my wife. So then after some time, a police officer comes out.
You know why he's frustrated to go check on his wife? A, to check on his wife. B, he's so used to going to the hospitals in Tennessee to see her over and over again. Now they're in San Francisco, and in California, all this is taking place. And he can't see his wife as easy as he could see them when he was back there with her mama, her sisters, and the rest of them that could verify, yes, his wife is crazy. We've been here several times. We've been going through this her whole life. Yes. Some of y'all don't know who the hell you sleeping with, and you think because her sex is so good that she's good. No, her sex is so good because she crazy in Colombia. Sometimes she crazy in DR. She's an idiot in the Philippines. That's why her coochie so good. Not because she makes sense out of the bedroom. Let's continue on. Let me make sure the music is good for us. Let me make sure we got that music good for us, because this dramatic music is just. Let's continue on.
Police officer started asking me questions. How are you, sir? I'm officer such and such. And could you explain to me what happened, the situation that happened in your home? And then I explained them just like I just explained to you guys. Yep, we were being intimate. She has a history of manic episodes and mental health issues. She grabbed me by the balls. I was in pain. I smacked her. I regret doing that. And everything blew up from there. Well, she said you raped her, sir. And did you forcibly put your thumb in her whatchamacallit? Wait, she said I did what? She said I raped her. Yes, sir. And did you forcibly put your thumb in her whatchamacallit? Well, I did, but she asked me to do it. And he's just going on and on.
Buddy? Whoa.
Supposedly I raped her and did all these crazy things to her. And he's like, so you're going to have to wait. She doesn't want to see you. She is not going to let you back into the room to see her. And we have a detective on the way. And you're going to have to talk to the detective and explain to him what you just explained to me. Because right now, this is an investigation.
All right, dude.
Part 14.
All right, we ain't going to talk about that, because he sat back and said how his perfect marriage, it was not far from perfect. She told him, this is the time when all you guys that got to go use the bathroom, go ahead, use the bathroom, bro. I'm just going to ramble for a split second while you go use the bathroom, while you go freshen up your drink, while you go get you some popcorn or whatever it is. I'm just going to ramble for a second. Give you guys a few seconds. Listen, there's no such thing as a perfect relationship over a perfect person. So some of you guys that come to these other countries and act like Colombianas and Venezuelans and Philippines and Thai chicks are perfect. No relationship is perfect. We all got to work on the relationships. This is how you know that you're in a relationship. You ready? You got to work in it. I mean, you got to work in it. You got to work in it. That's the one thing that you'll realize when you're in a relationship. You putting some work in, bruh. You ain't sitting back. You got to put in the work. Number three is, because number one is nobody's perfect. Number two is you got to work in it. Number three is don't waste your time if you know that she's wasting your time. All you do is they got to go freshen up your drink. Go freshen up your drink. Seriously, go and freshen up your drink. You got to piss? Go and take a piss, dog. I got your back. You at work, man. Come on. You at work. You better go take a piss. Third shift. Come on now. Don't act crazy. Third shift, second shift overtime. Go and take a piss. I got your back, bro. We ain't gonna keep it going. We're gonna give you a few seconds. Now, like I said, number one is nobody's perfect. Number two is you're gonna put in work. Number three is if you need to walk your ass away, don't feel bad about walking away, especially about some coochie. Every time, if you ever notice as a man, every time you think you had the perfect coochie and you walked away, it was some other coochie that made you get over that coochie you thought that was perfect. I'm gonna say that again. As a man, ladies, this is not for you. Every time you thought you could not walk this planet without the snow of her, without the rain, without the rainbow of her coochie, somehow, if you just got one more coochie after her, it made it feel a little better, didn't it? It didn't have to be the equivalent of her coochie. It ain't have to be as good as her coochie. You didn't have to be able to bust in her eye. She ain't lick your booty after you farted. But it was just coochie that was just good enough to help you make it to the next year and forgetting about that other coochie. Bruh, I'm telling you, brothers, don't get caught up about one or 2 or 3 or 12 Colombiana pay for plays because they gave you fantabulous coochie. Because a lot of times those women that you're dealing with as pay for plays, they got mental issues and they're crazy. It's just like the brother said. Yes, I'm stalling a little bit for all you dudes that's going to the bathroom. I'm here to tell you now, just like the brother said earlier, what's better than crazy coochie? What's better than crazy ass coochie? You ready? You ready? Nerd coochie. Bruh, these nerdy chicks, I marry one. These nerdy chicks, their imagination is on a whole nother level. They have costumes. You go into the toy store, right? The adult toy store, and they got all them costumes, nurse uniform, police uniform. Nerd chicks will look at them uniforms like, I'm not putting that on. Well, that's a nurse. Police. I'm not putting that. I got something better than that. You do? What's your favorite comic book character? In Marvel or DC comic books? Marvel. Well, you know I'm a Storm fan. You know I like Storm, you know, that chocolate with the blonde hair. You know I like Storm of the X-Men. Next thing you know, in about 2 weeks, you coming home from, or you in Colombia. You walking in from hanging out with the fellas at your local bar. It's 1:30 in the morning. Somehow, some way, she got lightning flashing all over the bedroom, and she dressed like Storm. If your ass don't stop playing and get you a nerd chick, and stop dealing with the mentally unstable chicks that's in Brazil, that's in Thailand, that's in Taiwan, that's in Singapore, that's in Tanzania, dude. You know how many nerd chicks in Africa that's freaky? I got freaky nerd trick stories. Okay. Say hello. This chick came she was from South Africa. Some of you heard me tell this story, some of you didn't. Sister from South Africa. Bad sister. This sister was fine. Came from South Africa, motherland. This sister, Johannesburg, by the way, family moved to UK. She came to Florida for her medical degree. I meet her at a Halloween party. First thing I realized was she gave me fire head after the Halloween party. I said, your head is, they don't do this in America. What are you doing? Have you ever had a female look down, suck you for entertainment? You looking down like, what are you doing? That is magical. That is magical. You sit up there trying to sit in your car in your seat, and she giving you firehead from that part of the seat. She in the passenger seat giving you firehead in the driver's seat. Girl, you ain't even bumped your head on the steering wheel. What are you doing? You mean I could drive off and still get this firehead? She came over to the crib. Andre, I don't know if I should take off my clothes in front of you. True story. I said, why should you take off your clothes? I'm looking for a scar to show up, like one breast, like she got half a booty cheek. I'm looking for like coochie lips that ain't pink enough. I'm looking for like one thigh that ain't a thigh. I'm like, what's the problem? True story. True story. What's the problem, nerd chick? My mother is ashamed of me in my body. I say, your mama? I say, well, let me see how your body look. Bruh, this sister from Johannesburg, South Africa, took her clothes off. I gotta give it to her. This sister had at least in the top 3 bodies I have ever seen in my life. This sister body was amazing. I'm looking like, you know, you try to play cool because I'm already sitting on the bed. She's standing up and she at my spot. She said, look at me. I have put on weight. I am out of shape and I am fat. My mother would be ashamed of me. And I'm looking like, man, do you know how fine you are in that chocolate skin from the motherland? And I'm about to hit this. But you got to play cool, right? You know how we are as men. On the inside, that's how we are. On the outside, we like, girl, stop it. Stop playing like that. I said, here's what I need for you to do. Jump in the shower. I got some Summer's Eve. Make your coochie good. I got some Dove. Make sure that you smell good. I got the bed, bath and beyond for when you come out, girl. Come bring your sexy ass on out here, stuff. Dude, her body was crazy thick and fine. And when it's chocolatey, I was like, yo, mama don't know but you can't say mama don't know that. True story. We in bed. This woman I call Demon Coochie. Now notice, she wasn't crazy. She was nerdy. Don't get my story twisted. She wasn't crazy. She was nerdy. Bruh, I'm hitting it. She started holding my waist so tight. She making demon noises. Jeffrey know this story. She making demon noises. I'm swearing I'm seeing her tongue split in 3. It's just splitting in 3 while she talking. But she holding me so tight that every time I pull back the thrust and I go forward, I'm pushing us like this. So I'm pushing her in a circle. So now we having sex on my big ass bed in a damn circle because I ain't gonna stop. This is Demon Coochie. Demon Coochie, shout out to you wherever you are, in a circle, right? So we get done doing our thing, and I'm like, I'm never gonna sleep with this Demon Coochie again. Not realizing that nerdy chicks just have an imagination. Because at the end of the day, outside of bed, she was nice, sweet, cool, no issues like what my man dealing with. There are nerdy chicks that are just in bed imaginative. Oh, yeah, I went back and hit the nerdy chick again. Don't get it twisted. Don't act like I got scared of the Demon Coochie. It was like, I ain't gonna hit it again. That nerdy chick, magic, pure magic, straight from the motherland. My point is saying all that is, a lot of times you guys are passing up in Colombia some nerdy chick for some pay for play that you think fire, but you need to get some of these nerdy chicks a chance. You need to get some of these nerdy chicks a chance. Now, okay, I know you guys back from the bathroom. You guys are back from the bathroom. So let's continue on.
Perfect 20-year marriage abruptly came to an end.
Yes.
So
sir.
I'm at the hospital. I'm talking to the police officers. They're saying this is an investigation, sir. And your wife is saying that you raped her. She's saying that you beat her, that you knocked her unconscious. Did you do all these things to her, sir? And I'm talking with the police officers and I'm going through the whole story, telling them exactly what happened. Then one police officer leaves and another police officer comes over. And then they ask me, can you tell me what happened, sir? Explain to me what's going on. Then I got to go through the story again with the next police officer. Well, we're going to have a detective come out and talk to you, sir. No problem. Then I'm sitting there waiting for a long period of time, and then another police officer comes over, and I have to give the whole story again. It was like 3 or 4 police officers came and spoke with me. And then I'm thinking, are you guys ever going to let me check on my wife and
Shout out
see
to
my
Black
wife?
Nubian.
No, that absolutely cannot happen. Well, I said, because I knew obviously she didn't have any clothes on. She was butt naked when they took her out on the stretcher. So before I left the house to go and check on her, I had packed a bag with clothes.
Shout out to Black Nubian with the with the $20 donation on PayPal. Appreciate you, brother. We'll come to the cash apps in a second.
And things that I thought she might need. I said, well, can you guys at least make sure she gets these items? Because when she left the house, she didn't have any clothes on.
IBJ.
They said, that's a little odd for an abuser. I've never seen that before. An abuser actually come to the hospital to check on the person that they've abused. But yeah, we'll make sure that she gets the bag. But based on what they were saying, I think they're understanding the story that I'm telling them. So now I get a call from the detective. The detective wants to, I'm running through the story with the detective. I'm telling him everything that happened. And he's like, well, I need to come to the hospital to talk to you. I need you to just stay there where you are. And it's going to take me, I think it was like I had to wait an hour and a half. Okay, no problem.
Yes, sir.
Detective shows up to the hospital. I run through the whole story with him. And then he says to me, okay, now it makes sense. He said, I spoke with her and I spoke with your wife, and what she was telling me, it was jumbled. It didn't make a whole lot of sense, but now it makes sense because I went through everything with him. Last night, she had the kids out late. She was in the bathroom all night. We arguing. She's writing these notes. Then the next day we were intimate. She grabbed me by the balls. I smacked her. Like, I went through everything. And then he said, how the story is adding up, is making sense. He said, the next step, I need to go to the house so I can take pictures and finish my investigation. I said, oh, no problem. But I asked again, how is she? Where is she? How is she doing? And she's still here. Not hours. This was hours I had been sitting at the hospital. He said, well, she's already been released from the hospital and she's actually on her way to get the kids. I said, there's absolutely no way y'all need to let her get those kids in the state that she's in. And after telling the detective the story, he totally understood the history of mental health issues and things like that. He totally understood and agreed with me, but he said, I gotta get you to the house so I can finish my investigation. So the detective has gathered all the information that he needs, lets me know that he'll follow up with me about the investigation and leave. Now I'm sitting there by myself. I'm looking around at all the madness and the signs of the madness that just took place. My mind is spinning and I'm just trying to take a minute just to pull myself together. Before I could even get a chance to do that, I get a knock on the door. Who's this? I go answer the door. Hi, sir. My name is such and such. I'm with Child Protective Services. I need to speak with you. Is it okay if I come in? Yeah, sure. Come on inside. Sir, I've gotten some information that you've been doing some inappropriate things with the children. Are you doing that and the other with the children, sir? What? Absolutely not. What are you talking about? Listen, where are you even getting this information from? If this is coming from my wife, I need to let y'all know she has a history of mental health issues. We just had a huge blow up the other day. She was taken to the hospital and I don't even know where she is. Sir, I can't disclose where I'm getting this information from, but we need to get the children to have a forensic interview done. I've already been to the school to talk to your children. You went to the school and spoke with my children? Yes, sir. I've already spoken with the children and you need to get them to a forensic interview. And also, you can't take them. You're going to need to either we can pick your children up and take them, or you can find someone else that can do it. What? I can't even pick my kids up? Sir, you need to find someone else to do it, or we need to pick the children. Listen, y'all not picking my kids up. I make a phone call to my friend. Listen, I'm having a day that you cannot believe. I need your help. I'm sitting here with CPS They're talking about I need to get the children to an interview. Can you please help me? And they said it needs to happen today. I got you. No problem. Friend agrees. So they leave. My friend picks the children up. And now I'm waiting for what feels like forever. After some time, I get a call back from my friend. Listen, they said everything you said checks out. They're going to release the children back to you. I'm on my way back. Wonderful. My children get back home and I just hug them and I'm praying with them. And they're asking me, where's mommy? Dad, children, I haven't heard from mommy. I don't know where she is. I'm sure she's okay. Let's just pray for her. Let's just pray and hope that she's okay. That night, we all just got in the bed. I wanted everybody close. We all got in the bed together, just piled in the bed, and we go to sleep. The next morning, we wake up, and now I got to be strong for the kids. I got to make sure they get everything they need. So I got to get my youngest to daycare. I got to get my 2 other children to school. Then I got to get to work, which was about a 30-minute drive. I go to work. I let my job know, look, I've got some personal things going on. I'm going to need to leave work early today because I got to get my kids from school. I don't have anyone else that can help me. I need to get the kids from school. No problem. Do whatever you got to do. They allow me to leave early. I leave that day, go back to get the kids, go home that night. Same question, Daddy, where's mommy? Children, I haven't heard from mommy. I don't know where she is. She's not answering any of my calls or texts, but we're going to be okay. We're just going to pray for mommy. We all piled in the bed together that night. We go to bed. I get up the next morning. I got to do it again. And then the next day, I got to do it again. Then a week goes by, the same pattern. Still haven't heard from my wife. Then 2 weeks go by. I still haven't heard from my wife. Then 3 weeks, then a month goes by. Still haven't heard from my wife, have no idea where she is. I'm just in this rhythm of picking the kids, taking the kids to daycare, taking the kids to school, going to work, leaving work early, back, getting the kids dinner, in the same rhythm day after day. Still haven't heard anything. And I just don't know what to do at this point, but I'm just trying to stay in a good rhythm and be strong for the children. So then on one particular night, the kids, I'm trying to have a fun night with the kids. And we got this old iPad that one of the kids was like, oh, Dad, I found that old iPad. I want to, is it okay if I use the iPad? Sure, no problem. So I plugged the iPad up and after some time, it charges up and it comes on. When the iPad comes on, and I slide it open, all I hear is whoop. And it's text messages coming in on the iPad. So then I click the messages and I see all these text messages. This is the iPad that's connected to my wife's phone. And I'm like, oh. And I begin scrolling through all the messages that I'm seeing. She is saying the most salacious, heinous, evil, hatred things about me, talking about me. I'm the worst person in the world and the detectives are gonna come get him. He thinks this is over and that and the other. CPS is coming after him. He's gonna go to jail and we got everything set up and lined up and they gonna get him and they gonna do that and the other. And I'm like, what is this that I'm seeing? And I just don't even know how to collect myself. What in the world is going on? So
before he goes any further, remember when they were dating, she told him, do you want to deal with this? Her mama and daddy told him, our baby ain't right. He was several times he already mentioned, he said that his reward for dealing with her craziness was crazy sex.
So I got this tablet. I'm getting all of my wife's text messages. I'm seeing everything that she's doing, everyone that she's talking to. And now I'm taking this tablet anywhere I go. I can barely focus on work because I'm constantly checking this tablet, finding out where she is and what she's doing. But she's still not responding to any of my calls or text messages. So the big event, just to rewind a little bit, the big event that happened was on 1/29/20. Now we're getting into March, and this is around the pandemic. So my job is talking about sending people home because of COVID. And I'm thinking this will be very helpful because I don't have to do all the back and forth driving and all of that. So that'll help me out actually if I can start working from home. But before that happened, I get a text message, particularly that I see that says, I know he's going to be at work from to this time. I want to go get my stuff and get back before he gets back home. So I do my normal routine, drive from work, I get the kids, go to daycare, I come back home. I open the door. I walk past the kitchen. I see a basket that we used to keep on the kitchen counter is not there. I go straight to the bedroom. I open the bedroom door. I go straight to her closet. I had a closet, she had a closet. I go straight to her closet. Everything is gone. All her clothes, shoes, bags.
And this is why I feel like he's not a narcissist, because people be saying like he was a narcissist, and this is why I feel like he's not. Because if a narcissist would have found out, right, somebody who's controlling, someone who's y'all trying to make him out to be this dark person, if he was really that dark person and he knew that she was coming to the house at a certain time, don't you think that he would have showed up to try to intercept her? I was waiting for him to say that too. I intercepted her, but no, he's saying like he did his normal thing, knowing that she was gonna come to the house.
And his hangers dangling everywhere, and all the stuff I guess she don't want is just scattered on the floor in her closet.
Oh, put a put a one in the comment section if you believe that he's a narcissist. Put a one. Put a two in the comment section if you think that he's a simp. One in the comment section if you think he's a narcissist. Two in the comment section if you think he's a simp. Thank you guys for letting me know about the sound. I know, gentlemen. I know. Thank you, kind sirs. Put a two in the comment section if he's a simp. Put a one if you think he's a narcissist. I think that this is a brother from Detroit. They got him some good coochie that he probably never had in his life. Remember, let's go all the way back. He was working at men's warehouse. He was working at a men's clothing factory where men get suits made. Burlington Coat Factory type of thing. And he sat back and he found this one chick. But she wasn't just nerd sex. She was also crazy sex. So the whole time they were together, he said, this is the most amazing. She's so wonderful. Guys, when you come to other countries, do realize there are women that are crazy, that have some crazy sex. All right? My brother said, Choo Choo said, I went through something similar to him. You can shoot me an email. We can always do a video on that one, Choo Choo, where you can tell your story. And we can have the screen off and nobody needs to see who you are. But yeah, we can hear your story. Just send me an email, aspence2011@gmail. Let's continue.
What do I do with this? I'm shocked because he's gone. But I'm not shocked because I already saw and was prepared for what she was going to do. But I'm like, man, she actually did it. Now what do I do? Kids are asking me, Daddy, where's mommy's stuff? What's going on? Children, I'm sure everything is okay. Mommy just probably had to get some of her things. Let's just pray. Let's go to bed. We all pile in the bed. We go to sleep.
Back.
Wake up the next morning, same routine. I drop the kids off. Daycare, school, work, same routine. So about a week or so after this event happened, one night I'm sitting at home.
Let's go.
I get a phone call. it's my wife. Oh, hey, hon, how you doing? Oh, I just wanted to let you know that I'm okay. I just taking a little bit of time. And
now notice, he had put her in the hospital. That was the last time he saw her, about a month before. Now all of a sudden he gets a call a month later when the kids are wondering where their mama at.
oh, everything is gonna be fine. Maybe sometime this summer we can talk about our relationship, but I'm just taking a
Facts,
little bit of
KT.
time. I'm like, oh, no problem. And I'm not asking her, where have you been? What's going on? Because I already see where she's been in the text messages. I already see the stuff that she's saying about me to different people, how I'm coming down and I'm going to jail and CPS and detectives and all this different type of stuff. And she doesn't realize that the detective had already wrapped up the case and had labeled me the victim of a violent situation. And there's documents on that and everything.
Now, sisters on TikTok said, oh my God, he's domestic violence. He hit her. Even though she had his balls squeezing them, putting her nails in his balls, she's the victim of domestic. Dude, it would amaze you how many sisters on TikTok still side with her, even though the courts and the police and everybody and the detective has sided with him. Sisters on TikTok are still saying, oh, there's something to that. The police must not have known everything. He must have lied to the police. That's why that's when I tell y'all, man, don't say nothing to stateside sisters. Just walk away with your passports, handle your business in another country.
But I'm just like, no problem. Then she says, do you
That's
mind
her.
if I talk to the
Once
kids?
again, that's
Sure,
her.
I can talk to the kids. So I get a phone to the kids, put it on speakerphone. Hey kids, how y'all doing? Yeah, this is my mom. Oh my God, we're so excited to talk to you. Where have you been, Mom? Mom's doing great. I'm just getting better. Mom is just getting some rest. How you guys? I miss you guys. How y'all guys been doing? Oh, Mom, we've been doing good. Everything is great, that and the other. And I'm just listening on the speakerphone. So then she's like, it's time to go to bed, kids. Ooh, I'm singing us a song. And then I don't remember what song she was singing, but it was, Lada is gonna be okay. And then the kids go to bed. Get a phone back to daddy, kids. Then I'm back on the phone. Hey, hello. Like I said, maybe around this summer sometime, we'll talk about our relationship, but I just need to take a little time right now, that and the other. And I'm just thinking, I don't know what to say because I'm already seeing everything that she's doing in the text messages. And I could have confronted her. There's so many things that I could have done in that
Yes,
moment,
sir,
but I've
Mike.
never dealt with anything like this.
Popcorn.
So I have no idea how to deal with it. And I didn't know how to confront the situation. Like I said, summertime, we can talk about our relationship.
That's a good point, Malwood. Just like a lot of us brothers that come to other countries, while all this craziness is going on, whether she was in the house or out of the house, he paid all the bills while she was free being crazy like that, even when she was in the house.
But
yes,
do you mind if I sing you a song? Yeah, you can sing me a song.
She's singing songs like she Annabelle.
Hey, well, I'll talk to you later. We hang up. I'm like, now what? And then this happens where we just start to, now she's talking to the children. She hadn't seen the children, but now every couple of nights she'll call, sing to the children. She'll call, sing to me. But I'm thinking to myself, at least the children are speaking with their mother on a regular basis. But I'm just so stressed out at this point. I'm dealing with so much. I got the kids, I got work, I'm managing my wife being gone and the emotions of that. And I need some help. So I make a call to my brother. I'm like, look, man, my mind is in a whirlwind, bro. I need you to get down here. You know everything that I'm dealing with right now. I really need you here. My brother agrees. Within the next day or so, he's on a flight and he's here. He brings my dad along with him as well, which is really comforting with everything that I have going on. It's really comforting to have my dad and my brother by my
side. Oh my goodness. He married Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn was a psychiatrist, just like this chick. Harley Quinn was crazy as hell, just like this chick, even though she was a psychiatrist. Good call, brother. Good call.
Side. When my brother arrives in town, he also makes a call to my wife and says, hey, Dad is here, I'm here. We know about everything that's going on. Would it be okay if we came to see you just to check on you to make sure everything is okay? She agrees that she'll meet, but under the condition that she does not want to see me. She wants to meet at a mall. She gives us a particular spot that she wants to meet. So we all load up in the van. We drive to the mall. When we get to the spot, everyone gets out. I'm sitting in the car by myself because I want to respect the fact that she doesn't want to see me. And after some time, I see her come around like a corner, almost out of the bushes. And she's looking a little disheveled, but it's just a surreal moment because this is my first time seeing her. After some time, they come back to the car and my brother tells me, yo, when we went over there, we were looking for her and she jumped out of the bushes. It startled us, it scared us. And I was like, you saw that as well. And then her life was in danger and she was scared. And that was part of the reason she didn't want to see you. And I'm thinking, her life is in danger. Bro, I will bring no harm to my wife. And he's like, absolutely, I know, but I didn't understand the things that she was saying. But we took that, didn't really know how to process it, we leave. So my brother's like, I need to have another conversation with her just to understand how she feels from her perspective. So he says, look, he calls her again. Hey, why don't you come to the house? Now she knows that I'm going to be there and the children are there. And when it's time for that to happen, she arrives. And when she walks in, she's walking on a cane. And I'm thinking, why is she on a cane? What happened? But I'm just glad that she's there. And this is our first time being together in the home since the day that the big blow up happened. So this is another surreal moment. So we're sitting around. Everything seems to be going well. It's pretty normal. It's kind of weird. And I'm also thinking, is this the beginning of maybe we can start piecing this back together? Like we're all in the same home together. So now my brother and my wife, they leave. They go out for dinner so that they can talk. After some time, they're gone. They come back. My wife says her goodbyes. And then my brother tells me what they discussed. And he said, she told me that you gave her a traumatic brain injury, that you did that and the other. And that was the reason why she was walking on a cane. And I'm thinking, a traumatic brain injury. Bro, I told you she had me by the balls. I smacked her, which I greatly regret. But I don't see how that could lead to a traumatic brain injury. And he agreed. He's like, once again, some of the stuff she was saying didn't make sense, but that's what she told me. So we do that. After a day or so, my brother has to get back home. He leaves.
Serious question. How do you guys feel? If you made it this far in the video, how do you feel about him tracking her messages behind the scene? Is this something that you would consider a concerning person? Or would you feel like this is more like a narcissist behavior, just to invade someone's privacy in such a manner?
So we're getting...
Answer his question. Would you do this? In other words, he's basically saying, if you're dealing with this woman that disappeared, she done took the kids, would you put a tracker?
Into the week of spring break, and I've agreed to let my wife have the children for spring break vacation. But I'm thinking to myself, is she gonna try and pull a fast one on me and take the kids? So I immediately say, I need to get her on tape. And I don't know why I thought this, but just in case if I find myself in a situation where I got to fight for my kids. So I reached out to her. I said, look, I know we got a lot of things going on. Would it be okay with you if we met just so we can discuss? And I was honestly thinking, can we figure out how to mend this together? So she agreed.
This dude got more red flags than Russia. More red flags than Russia, and he ignore him, just like you said, ignoring all the red flags.
I'm surprised, but this is exactly what I need. So we go and meet. She wanted to do it in a public place, which is fine. And before I walk up to her, I take my phone out, I hit record. I leave my phone out, and then now I'm leading her in a conversation to exactly what I need her to say. Hey, we agreed that you're going to have the children for spring break. Yes. And you're going to bring the children back on this day. Yes, I'm going to bring the children back. So now she's admitting I got it on tape. Cool. That's exactly what I need. So now we're getting to the day where it's time for the children to be picked up. I'm expecting her arrival, but instead one of her friends show up to pick up the children. That's fine. It's a mutual friend. So I'm like, no worries. So I get the children together, pack the children up. They want me to meet them outside. I take the children outside, load the children up. They get in the car. And as soon as the children drove off, if you blink, you missed it. As soon as they drove off, I see a guy walking up to me really quickly, sticks a document in my hand and say, "You've been served." And I'm like, what? I've been served? And so I take the document, I go inside, I pull out the document, it's divorce papers. And I'm thinking to myself.
Now, she told his dumb ass when she was on the stretcher. When she threw her ring away when she was butt naked on the stretcher and they was wheeling her into the asylum, she said, I'm divorcing you.
She actually did it. She's divorcing me. And I immediately think my assumptions might have been correct. If she drove off with the kids, I got this document at the same time.
Wait a minute,
I was right. She's about to try and take the kids. It's the perfect setup.
But wait,
so I'm thinking, what do I need to do next? So I immediately make a phone call to her. She's not answering the phone. I called several more times that day. She's not taking the calls. And so I think I was right. And so around this same week, everything shuts down for COVID. And
before he goes any further, put a 1 in the comment section if you think he's just as bad as she is. Put a 2 in the comment section if you think it was just about her. 1 in the comment section if you think that he is as crazy as she is, or put a 2 in the comment section if you think that it was just about her. Okay, we got a lot of 2s. We got some 1s. 2s means it's just about her. 1 means that he's almost just as bad. So we got a little mix right here. This is the first time we got a little mix. Some guys said it was just about her being crazy. Some guys said, one brother said, Simon said, he's worse. He's worse than her. Both. Some brothers said both. Shout out to you, Bobby. 1.5, Cortez says. Just wanted to hear what you guys have to say.
I find out after vacation, the children are going to now be homeschooled. They're not going to be returning to school.
Facts,
well, we get through that week. Now it's time for the children to come back home. Guess what? Children don't come back home. So now I reach out to her. She's not taking my calls. I send her a message. Hey, look, we agreed that you were going to send the children back at this time on this day. I need you to bring my children back. She denies it. No, I'm not bringing the kids.
Not our children. Now we hear that from women all the time. My children. Now he is doing what women say. My children.
Kids back. Everything is shut down for COVID. Look, this has nothing to do with COVID. We agreed that you were going to bring the children back. I need you to get the children back so I can make sure they got everything they need for school. No, don't worry about that. I got everything they need for school. They fine. I can't bring the children back because of COVID. And it's just a bunch of back and forth. So I give up and I'm thinking I'm facing a divorce right now. So I got to get smart. So I go to YouTube University and I start researching as many divorce videos that I can find. I'm reading as many articles as I can find. And one of the things that I pulled out was if someone is denying you access to your children, you have to show that you did everything you could to see your children. And you also have to show that they are denying you access to your children. So I started messaging her daily saying, look, why won't you let me see the kids? Can I please see the kids? And I'm begging, please let me see the kids. Now, I know that she's going to deny me. I'm just looking for her to give me the response that I need. But also, I really do want to see the children as well. But she's not letting me. She's denying me tooth and nail. And then one day I get a phone call. Hi, sir. this is Dr. Such and Such. Are you the father of, and they name one of my children. Yes, I'm the father. Yes, I apologize, sir, but that appointment for your son, we're going to have to cancel that appointment. Would you like to schedule for another day? Can you remind me what time that appointment was? Oh, yes, sir. It was on this day at 1 o'clock. And could you give me the address? For some reason, I can't find the address. Could you give me the address again? Oh, yes, sir. It's at Momo. And they give me the address. Thank you so much for the information. We'll call back and reschedule. I hang the phone up. Now I know exactly where I need to be next. But before I do that, I make a phone call to her and she accepts the call. She's not always taking my calls, but this time she does.
Good
and
point,
I say to her, look,
good point.
Why are you denying me access to the children? I want to be able to see my kids. She's saying she's not denying me. She's too busy. She's got too much going on to even talk to me at this point. And she just won't let me see the kids. Well, I got to move forward with this next plan. So on the day that it's time for us to meet at the doctor's office, I make a call to my friend. Look, I've got some information. There's a doctor's appointment for my kids. She's not letting me see my kids.
Now, for those of you who think that the brother is wordy, do realize this was a 4-hour statement or story that he told on TikTok. Do realize he broke these up into 41 segments. I literally cut it down in half to only 2 hours. So all you guys that think that the brother was wordy, he was telling this story over like a 2-week period. He wasn't saying it as, so you get it from me like straight through. And I've cut out a lot of stuff that wasn't necessary. Like, okay, the little stuff here, I don't need to hear all that shit. But do realize he was on TikTok and he spoke like in 1 minute to 5 minute segments 41 times, telling the story of over 20 years of dealing with her craziness as the life of a simp. As the life of a simp.
Right now, but I want to go to this doctor's office and I don't want to make a scene. I'm not going to run up on her, but what I want to do is if maybe we can follow her so I can at least know where she lives and have some comfort in knowing where my children are. He agrees. So we go to the doctor's office. We park far enough away where we can see the entrance to the doctor's office, but far enough away where we know she's not going to park and be able to see us. And this part was a slow motion. When I see her after some time finally pull up, I see my children, I see her head pop out, I see my children, and I really want to run up and get my kids, but I don't want to cause a dramatic scene. So I just wait. They go inside of the doctor's office. I'm thinking to myself, they're telling her it's canceled. Within 5 minutes, here she comes walking right back out.
Facts.
They get in the car. Now me and my friends slowly pull out. Now we're behind her and we're driving. But as we're driving, they're getting further away. I'm sitting in the passenger seat. My friend is driving. I'm like, man, you got to pick it up. I don't want to lose him. But he's like, I don't want him to see us. I don't care, bro. Just drive the car. Get up there. Get to him.
Shout out to AQ.
So a little bit of back and forth of that. We hit a red light. They keep going. We lost them. God dog it. And I'm telling them, bro, I got to find my children. He gives me the idea. He said, hey, I got another idea. What if you get a tracker and put a tracker?
I just want to let y'all know that tracker thing is illegal, okay? Do not ever put a tracker on your partner. Your ass is going to jail, okay? That is illegal.
Stuff it in something. Bro, I'm not even seeing the kids right now, bro. I need a lawyer, which is exactly what I do.
He's right. Trackers are illegal, except putting a tracker on somebody in the United States is illegal. You see it in the movies, but don't do that. Except how this brother did it. You guys, like I told you, it ain't over.
I get a lawyer. I explain to the lawyer what's going on, because before this I was pro se. I really didn't know how to handle the situation. But now I'm into it. I got a lawyer. I explained that I'm being denied access to my children. My lawyer goes right into action, reaches out to her lawyer. Thankfully, we arranged for me to be able to have an exchange with the children. But the only way she would agree to the exchange, because she didn't feel safe, is that if we met at the police station. No problem. So on the day where it's time for us to do the exchange, I hadn't seen my kids in months. And I was fuming, but I'm excited to finally be able to see my kids. She pulls up, children get out of the car, and they just run to me, and we hug, and we're loving on each other, and it's amazing. We get to my home, and I remember my friend said, get a tracker, which I immediately went out, bought a tracker, and the kids had a little toy car. I took that car apart, put the tracker inside, stuffed it in, and then when I went back to the police station to re-exchange the kids, I said, hey, look, the kids wanted to take a couple of their toys with them, and would you mind if they, just go ahead and put those in the car, and little toys and everything, no problem. All right, y'all have a good time together. I got them. She accepts the toy. I run back home because the tracker was connected to an online site that you had to go to where to show you exactly what's going on and where they are. So
before we go any further, realize he put the tracker on his kids. Legally, he's right. He put the tracker on the minors and not on the mama, even though indirectly it was on the mama.
I run back home and I immediately, literally within an hour, that tracker did exactly what I needed it to do. Now I know where they live. So we're starting to get into a little bit of normalcy of changing the children. She's keeping them a week, I'm keeping them a week, and we're getting into a little bit of a rhythm. On one particular day that we exchanged the children, it turns out that it's June 5th. Now, if you remember, I told you we met on June 5th, 1997. We got married on June 5th, 2000. And now we're meeting at a police station to exchange our children on June 5th, 2020, which would be our 20th wedding anniversary. And I'm just searching my mind in this situation, and I haven't totally lost hope in the relationship yet.
Your boy's still in love with the crazy coochie. She done put him through hell and high water, took his kids, flipped his life upside down, and he's still talking about, I ain't lost hope. But you know what? Let's not criticize his brother, because I see you do that. See you dudes do that in Colombia all day long. All day long, you do it in Colombia. Come on now. You do it in Brazil. You do it in DR. You do it in Thailand. You dudes lose your goddamn minds over this crazy coochie. So let's not laugh and giggle and kiki kaka at this brother, because I done seen many dudes get off the plane and end up in the same situation. Same situation.
Which people have told me I'm crazy for, but I haven't totally lost hope. So I go out and I get a big bouquet of roses. When we meet at the police station, I get out of my car, I go over to her car, and I say, who would have thought we'd be celebrating our 20th wedding anniversary?
We'd be celebrating at a police station. Bruh, he is so blind. We'd be celebrating
under these conditions. And she agreed, and I hand her the roses. She takes the roses, she says thank you, and she throws them in the passenger seat. And then I say to myself, look, I can take them back. If you don't want the roses, I'll just take them back. She says, no, you gave them to me. I'll keep them. But based on the way she handled the rose situation, my hope is dwindling. But I hadn't lost hope. I hadn't lost hope on one particular day after the exchange. I'm going through her Instagram account. I'm lurking her Instagram page. Yeah, I lurk her Instagram page, and I come across a picture. And I don't know what it is about this picture that made me realize the relationship is over. She's standing on a balcony. It's an oceanfront view. It looks to be maybe in Florida, and I'm not even realizing that she's traveling at this point. She's got an outfit on that I've always found to be particularly sexy, and she has less on under this outfit than even I remember. And she's just standing on the balcony with a look in her eyes that there is not in the world. And I'm also thinking there's probably a man on the other side of that camera. And at that point, I realized it is over. And also during this time, I had started seeing someone else as well. So I wasn't being totally faithful to the relationship at that time either.
There was no relationship to be faithful to.
So at this point, it's over, and I just got to figure out a way to move forward in what is now our new normal. But still COVID, and so now I'm at home. I'm all alone when I don't have the children, and I think about my brother who says he was going to try to come back down to try and figure out a way to come back down to provide me some support. So I call my brother, and he says, look, man, I want to get down there to help you, but do you remember when I was sick, when I came up there to see you? Yeah, I do remember. He said, you remember I thought I had a hernia? Yeah, I remember that. Did you ever go to the doctor to get that worked out or figured out what that was? Yeah, man, I did go to the doctor. I have cancer, bro. And I'm like, what? I have cancer. I'm having to go through chemotherapy. I have to go through blood transfusions. Man, it's tough, but you know how we are, man. We gonna push through. And I'm like, absolutely, bro, do what you gotta do. And I'm realizing he's fighting for his life. I'm fighting for my family. And we gotta be tough in this moment. So after some time, after finding that out about my brother, I get another phone call. Hello, who is this? Hi, is this Mr. Rockman? Yes, this is Mr. Rockman. Are you the father of, and they name my children? Yes, I'm the father. Yeah, I need to meet with you. But I already met with you before, and the last case was unfounded. What is this about? Well, I meet with you. They come to my house. They sit down with me. Sir, we have some information that you've been doing some inappropriate things with the children. Have you done this, that, and the other with it? I've been through this already. The last case was completely unfounded. Where's this information coming from? I gotta imagine this is coming from my wife again. And I told the last CPS person that there's no way that any of that happened, and my wife has some mental health issues. Well, sir, anytime we have an investigation, we have to take it seriously, and we have to follow all of our steps. Well, I'm asking them, what happens if a person is making false accusations? Well, there's really nothing we can do as far as that, but if someone makes a claim, we have to follow through with it. And another thing, sir, we're going to have to keep the children in the care of the mother until the investigation is over. So you telling me I can't even see my kids while I'm going through this process, even though the last claim was unfounded? Yes, sir, we're going to have to get through the whole process. Okay, let's get through it. There's nothing. And after a couple of weeks, exactly as I told them, it comes back unfounded. It's complete. So I decided to move to a different area just to lower my expenses and get prepared for everything I'm about to face. Around this time, it was time for us to have our first court hearing. So when we go to court, the judge asks, where are you all exchanging the children? And then we say we're exchanging the children at a police station because for whatever reason, she's claiming she doesn't feel safe. But the judge doesn't buy it. And the judge decides that we're now going to exchange the children in my area where I've moved to. So I'm kind of elated because this is my first victory in this whole process. And the judge said something that I thought was very interesting before we left. He said, be careful because these things don't always go the way you think they're going to go. My ex claims that she still lives in the same school district where we were before. But I know that's not true because remember I put the tracker on her and I know that she's living in a shelter, which is not in the same school district. So then I tell her.
So she living in a shelter with the kids. That's how ornery a lot of women are. They would rather live in impoverishment with the kids than to have the kids live a good life with you. I'll say that again. Let that sink in. There are a lot of women, not all, But there are a lot of women that will go to court and fight you tooth and nail. She knows you have a nice home. You might even be remarried. You got great stepkids. Or you may not have any stepkids, but you have a great environment for those children to flourish in. And a lot of women, if not most women, will sit back and rather live in the hood or live in a homeless shelter than have your black have them kids and raise those kids the right way.
I say, look, provide me documentation that the children that you live in the same school district, and I'll agree, even though for me this is a 40-minute drive, but I said I'll agree to let the children stay in the same school district if you provide me documentation. But I know she can't provide the documentation, right? So then I'm like, but I think this new school district where I am will be much better for the children. And I said, we don't have to put Max in daycare anymore. They all will be very close. We cannot come to an agreement.
No, Melwood,
so it comes to a week where the children are with me. I take the children over to the school. They look around. They're excited. Look, children, the schools are right next to each other. Max doesn't have to go to daycare anymore.
Okay, all you guys in Colombia, what would have happened to her if this would have happened? All you got, come on, it's easy, simple. All you easy peasy. All you guys that's been to Colombia and been in Colombia, what would a Colombian dude would have done in this situation? I could tell you easy. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it, guys. What would a Colombian dude would have done if the woman would have taken his kids? Woman took the Colombian dude's kids and she disappeared. Boom. She'd have got deleted fast. That's Colombia. Damn a judge. I don't need no attorney. I ain't about to call her mama. I ain't about to do none of that. In Colombia, I don't know how it is on the islands. I don't know how it is in Brazil. But I do know about these Colombian men. And you know what Colombian women in Colombia, black, white, doesn't matter. Indigenous, you know what they all ask? Even Andrea, my wife, you know what they all ask? What she do? Not what did he do? She got deleted. What she do? Oh, she took that man's kids. You notice how you guys often hear me say when it comes to Colombians owning artillery, that I often say Colombians don't waste no bullets. But when they use them, I mean this from the bottom up, when Colombian men, the modern Colombian men, use artillery, I always say this, in Colombia, there's always a story behind every bullet. They don't like we New York, New Year's Eve, we'll blah, blah, blah. No. Colombia, if they plow, that bullet has a story behind why they pull that trigger. Whether they were robbing somebody or whether they were deleting somebody for real, bruh. Yeah, this story would have ended a long time ago if it was in Colombia. Believe that. That's why a lot of these sisters from the States, they ain't trying to fall in love with these Colombian dudes. I don't care how much these Colombian dudes put that Cartagena sex down on them. You notice they still get their butt back on that plane and head back to the States. You know why? Because them sisters are starting to learn that you mess around with these Colombian dudes, you'll end up chopped up in somebody's suitcase. He said, damn, I was joking. He said, yeah, Colombian dudes do not play at all. There is no games about these dudes down here. There is no game. So when we see somebody that's deleted in Colombia, the first question everybody asks, grandmamas, aunties, cousins, what did she do to cause him to delete her? In the States, it's opposite. Oh my God, look what he did. In Colombia, it's like, what she do? Because they know Colombian men don't snap off for no reason. But when they do snap off, you know Colombian men nice. They cry watching television. They cry about their kids and grandkids. Colombian men usually kind of like let's have a drink, have some fun. So if you see a Colombian dude snap off, oh yeah. Same in South Africa. Yeah, my man DJ said, he said, dang. He said, I had a bad joke with a kid. He said, I just couldn't push it after hearing that the woman has to be whatever the dude says after they have a kid. Connection terminated. Absolutely correct. The baby daddies do not play in Colombia. And you guys like to deal with baby daddies. Baby mamas. All you dudes that dealing with baby mamas, man, listen. It ain't about that she's still in love. A lot of times she letting him still hit that coochie behind your back because she know she don't let that man get that coochie and she done had his kids. Don't worry about it. You ain't never got to see her again when you come back to Colombia. You ain't never got to worry about seeing her again. That's why she keep letting her baby daddy still hit it in Colombia. That's why when you dudes mess with baby mamas, y'all get serious about baby mamas. Okay.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
He says, same as the island men. They do not play those games. In the United States, we tolerate stuff because we simps. We simps in the States. I'm not saying that we need to go around deleting people, but bruh, it's like that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You all can be right in the same area. They love it. They're excited. So then I talk to my ex again. I say, look, I took the children over there. They love it. They're excited. They think it's great. So now it comes time for the children to actually start school. And it just so happens on the week that school starts, the children are with her that week. So you can imagine what she did, right? She started the children at the school district of her choice. Yeah. Now, let me explain to you what that looks like for me. 40-minute drive from the new area where I live. Max had to go to daycare, but I'm thinking I'm just going to keep him in this kindergarten as opposed to going to daycare. But then the other two schools for my other two children are about 10 minutes apart for each other. So you're talking about dropping off at 3 different locations every single morning, picking up at 3 locations every single afternoon. This is bananas, as opposed to a bus ride home and a bus ride back. So on that week, she started them at the school of her choice. Now it comes the following week, the children come back to me. Now I have a decision to make because I'm thinking, do I go ahead and just let the children forget what she's doing? I'm going to pull the children out of that school and I'm just going to enroll them in this much easier situation for everybody, including my ex. Am I just going to go ahead and just enroll them there and say, forget what she's doing? But then I think, well, if I do that, when the children go back to her next week, guess what she going to do? She going to pull them out of my school and enroll them in the school. And I'm like, I'm not going to play that game with the children. So now she has to come, my ex, to my town to pick up the children for exchange. I'm no longer meeting at the police station. So on one particular day, she decides to send one of her friends. Now, this is a mutual friend of ours, so it's not a big deal. But when I'm with my children and we're driving to the exchange, I say, hey, your mom's not picking you up today. Her friend that we know is picking her up. And my son says, Dad, I don't feel safe when I go over there. And then I talk him through it. What are you talking about, son? You don't feel safe? And I try to gain a little bit of understanding. But this is a mutual friend of ours. So I really talked my son into it. It's going to be okay. These are our friends. No worries. But we're in a different situation now. But I asked my son, do you want me to say something to them about the fact that you don't feel safe, just so I can make sure it's cool when you go over there? Yeah, Daddy, I want you to say something. So when we pull up to the exchange, pleasantries, hey, how are you? And I'm like, hey, I just want to let you, my son said he doesn't feel safe sometime. I just want to make sure everything is cool over there. And she's like, what? Don't feel safe? Oh, we treat him just like we treat everybody. Everything is cool. And I'm like, oh, well, I just still wanted to let you know. And then immediately as I'm sitting there, I'm thinking to myself, why did my son just say he's not safe? Why?
Is it just me? Is that an old school mirror behind him from the 70s? I'm trying to ignore the mirror, but I'm like, man, that mirror is old.
Why did I send my son there? And I called one of my friends. I'm like, look, man, I'm thinking about going to pick my kids up. My son said he doesn't feel safe when he's over there. And my friend was like, well, look, I'm going to give you some advice. If you go, take a police escort with you, because he already knows all the drama I've been dealing with my ex. So he says, take a police escort with you. So I'm like, cool, that's exactly what I'll do. Now, I had gathered some intel to find out where this friend lives, because they had moved since my wife and I had split. And my wife is telling, my ex is telling them that I'm a lunatic and I did all these wild things. And so now they're acting like they don't want me to know where they live. But guess what? I found out where they live. And so I pull up, I get the police escort, and it just goes crazy from there. I'm totally chill. As long as I get my kids, I'm good. But she is yelling at me and cursing at me and telling me I'm all that and the other, because I'm coming to get my kids. How you gonna be mad at me because I'm coming to get my own kids? And so she is saying all these things to me, but I could care less, because long as I get my kids, I'm good. But guess what? I got it on tape. And once again, I'm thinking to myself, I thought we would be the model co-parents. And once again, I know y'all probably think I'm crazy because this girl is sending me through hell. So let's say I'm probably being a little delusional. So now it's a must that I get full custody. And the court hearing is coming up really soon. So over the years, I've done a lot of research trying to figure out what is wrong with my wife. What are all these different trips to the hospital, these manic episodes? And I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what is going on with her. And I had ran across some information about bipolar, and I thought that maybe it could be that. I had saw borderline personality disorder, and I said, well, maybe that could be it. But then I ran across a word that I hadn't seen before as we're going through this divorce process: narcissism. And I started reading the attributes of what a narcissist is, and it was an exact match to all the things that I had dealt with over the years. And I said, well, maybe this could be it, what I've been dealing with all of these years. Because I remember at one point she had told me, and I asked her a question, and I don't remember how we got into the conversation, but basically she told me everything that was bad that happened in our relationship was my fault. And I was like, so you're saying everything, all...
Put a 1 in the comment section if it was his fault. Put a 2 in the comment section if it was her fault. 1 in the comment section if it was his fault, was going down. 2 in the comment section if it was her fault. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I'm not putting my little comment off in it. 1 says his fault, 2's her fault. Yeah. Y'all some monsters. I see 1s. It's always Jermaine's fault. 1 and 2 equals 3. Good one, Dave. I don't see no 2 saying it's her fault. Mostly her fault. All right. Just want to hear what you guys had to say. Let's continue on. We almost done. We're almost done, just in case you guys are wondering. It's going to get better. It's going to get crazier too. Don't think the craziness has stopped. Don't think the craziness has stopped. He said, one, they warned him about her. They warned him. That's why I would have said one. They warned him. I know, Imam. Imam, I understand. Imam. But they warned him. They told him. She told him when they were dating and they were teenagers and even in their early 20s, she said, "Are you ready for this?" She literally told him, "I've got mental issues. Can you handle this?" "Oh, yeah, I can handle this." Now look at him 20 years later. 20 years of your life gone. Gone. But yeah, in the beginning, you feel like it was her. But yeah, no. He had thyroid surgery. He had thyroid surgery on his neck. That's why you guys see the bandage. He had thyroid surgery on his neck.
The years that we've been together, everything that I've done or everything bad that's happened to our relationship has been my fault. Yes, without. And she's standing 10 toes down on this statement. But I'm looking at all of these attributes of narcissists, and it's really starting to make sense. And over the years, I've always had to walk on eggshells with her, being careful about what I would say to her. And as a matter of fact, I even read a book called Walking on Eggshells just so to learn how to navigate the situation of what I was dealing with. And so there's a certain way that I had to go about it now, knowing that I believe I'm dealing with a narcissist. And with all the missed visitations that she's had, all the false claims, the CPS claims, all of these different things that I'm building together, all the recordings that I have and the documentation, I'm starting to think I'm building a pretty good case here. And I think I got a good chance of getting custody of the children. But before we go to mediation, because you remember I told you we had to go to mediation before we went to the final court hearing. When we arrive at mediation, one of the things that the mediator says that is really helpful for me is that you don't have to agree to anything in mediation, and anything that you discuss, if you don't agree here, can't be used in court. Now, I had taken the chance to try to work out some sort of agreement between myself and my ex so that we could present a better situation for both of us. Basically try to do my own mediation. That was failed. We didn't agree to anything. So now that we come to mediation, I know my main focus is getting custody of my children. So as we're going through this mediation process, I'm remembering that the mediator...
Remember, he's still in love with her. Even while he's telling this story, remember, even while he is telling this story, he's still in love with her. He talks about how wonderful the marriage is and how many times he tried. He's talking from today. He's not talking from like, I remember years ago, I was with somebody and that person. This dude is telling the story while, so don't forget that part, while he's still in love with his wife.
Said we don't have to agree to anything, which is exactly what I do. There's a lot of back and forth. Well, what about this? What if we do this? What if she has the kids that time? I don't agree to anything because she's looking for the same thing that I'm looking for. I want custody of the children. She wants custody of the children. So we flick on the Zoom as I'm dealing with all of this and trying to focus on getting through this divorce hearing. The judge comes on, and then her lawyer pops on because I was in my lawyer's office, so we're both on the same screen.
Mind you, absolutely correct. The whole time he's saying that he's still in love with his wife. He's fighting for the kids. He already told y'all he getting some coochie on the side while he's in, I think they moved to Dallas or San Francisco. He's getting some coochie the whole time while he's telling this story. He's got some chick that he's smashing, but he doesn't want to tell about that.
Her lawyer pops on. He's there, but then she's not there. Then the judge says, hey, is your client going to show up? Is she
Okay,
gonna
now we're
be
talking
here?
about the divorce. Now we're talking about the official divorce. So I'm gonna shut up.
And I'm thinking, man, that'd be interesting if she doesn't show up. So her lawyer makes a phone call, sends a text message, and then after some time, boom, she pops onto the screen. And it was just one of those moments. I'm looking across the screen. I can barely breathe with the fumes and the smoking, and the dog is breathing. And when she pops on the screen, I get even more nervous. Boom, boom. My heart is just beating out of my chest. And I'm looking across at the screen at the woman that I've loved for 20 years, that we spent what I felt was a beautiful life together, aside from all the drama. And on the outside looking in, for people that know us, we look like the perfect couple. So now we're doing this over Zoom, and as she's bringing her first witness in, one of her friends from Tennessee pops up on the screen. And I'm thinking, oh, this will be interesting. And her lawyer begins to ask her questions. Tell me about your friend. Oh, we've been friends for over 20 years. She's an amazing person. She does this and she does that, and she has just been the best friend that you could ever imagine. Can you tell me about childcare? Who do you typically see usually taking care of the children? Oh, definitely her. She's an amazing mother. She does this for the children and that for the children. And I always see her taking care of the children and doing that and the other. Just an amazing mother. And who do you think should have custody of the children? Oh, definitely her, because she is such a good mother and she always does the right things by the kids, and it would just be the best thing if she could have custody of the children. Great. And then now let's bring in the next witness. Thank you so much for your testimony. Now let's bring in the next witness. And then over some time they get the Zoom worked out, and then the next person that pops up on the Zoom is one of her friends from Atlanta that she calls her godmother. And then they start to ask her the same list of questions. Can you tell me about your friend? Oh, this is my goddaughter. I have known her for 20 plus years. She's an amazing person, and she is just the most brilliant, amazing person that you could ever believe. And who do you think, or who do you typically see that's mostly caring for the children and taking care of the children? Oh, definitely her. She is an amazing mother. She takes such good care of the children. She does this, that, and the other for the children. And all the children always look so good. And she is just the best mother. And who do you think should have custody of the children? Oh, definitely her, because she is such a good mother. It wouldn't even make sense for the children to be anywhere else but with their mother. Thank you so much for your testimony. And then they bring on, it's the same thing. They bring on another friend from Tennessee. Everyone's out of state that she's bringing on. And it's the same list of questions that they're asking. And then they get to a person pops up on the Zoom. That's her friend that's here in Texas. The one that I told you I went and picked my children up from her house because my son didn't feel safe. So I'm thinking this should be interesting. What are they going to say? How are they going to spin this? And I'm getting nervous because that was a heated situation. So how is this going to go? So they start the questioning, same line of questioning. Tell me about your friend. Oh, we've been friends and I grew up with her and she was like an aunt to me and the other, and she's just an amazing person. Who do you typically see the children take care of? Same thing. Oh, she is always taking care of the kids. She's definitely the main person. Yada, who should have custody of the? Oh, definitely she should have custody of the children because she is just the best mother. And then they go into our situation. They ask, we understand that there was a situation where Mr. Rockman came and picked up his children and things got a little heated. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And then she goes in. He told us something about his son didn't feel safe at our house. And I told him we treat him like we treat everybody else. And so we were there. Everybody was having a wonderful time. We were just having a great time. And so they wrap up their testimony. They're done. That's pretty much their testimony. Just a bunch of friends talking about how amazing of a person she is. The heated situation with the friend where I had to pick up my children. I was a little nervous about that, but I'm feeling like that has to sound good to the judge that in the midst of this heated situation, she stated that I was cool, calm, and collected. So now, what happens next? It's time for me to testify. I feel like I built up a pretty good case. I feel like I put my plan together. I only have 2 witnesses. She had about 6 friends come up. So it's downtime for me to bring up my first witness, and they call up my friend. The one that I told y'all we were trying to chase, my ex, trying to figure out where she lived. So that was my friend that I called up to the stand. And so my lawyer begins to ask the questions. Hey, how do you know the individuals here that are divorcing today? Well, he mentioned they're mutual friends of mine. I was their next door neighbor for X number of years. And so I've seen them operate. They were a wonderful couple, and surprising that now to see them actually going through a divorce. Well, who do you typically see that cares for the children and the most custodial parent? Well, definitely Rock over the years has always been the most custodial parent, taking care of the children, making sure they have everything that they need. He's always taking them to school, and he's definitely been the most custodial parent throughout this process. Well, what do you know about the altercation that happened on the big situation where they wound up splitting? He said, well, I don't know a whole lot about the altercation, but the day after his ex went to the hospital, I actually went and visited her. And when I went and visited her, she told me that Rock knocked me unconscious and he gave her a traumatic brain injury, all these terrible things, how bad he beat her and all these different things that happened. But he said, I was looking at her and thinking to myself, it doesn't look like I'm looking for some marks, some bruises, some black eyes. I'm looking for some sort of sign that lines up with what she's saying. And what she's saying just not making sense because I don't see any bruises. She said she was choked. I'm looking for choke marks. I don't see any of that. So it's not adding up. And her demeanor is not what I'm used to seeing because she's very smart. She's a very bright individual and her demeanor is very different now. So I'm definitely seeing that something is off. And then my friend says something that makes my jaw drop. He goes in and says, and in addition to that, she started to say, I've always wanted you. Don't you want me? Don't you want us to be together? Look, if you want me intimately, you can have me right now. I've always wanted you. I know you've always wanted me. Rock never has to know what happens. It can just be between me and you.
What money?
Bro, why did her friend come out and say that in court? He never told this man this to his face. He gets on the stand and says,
mic drop. Boom.
This was my first time hearing this, and I was like, what? She's offering and trying to give herself intimately to our friend. And so my jaw drops at this point. And he then goes on and continues to say that Rock never has to know, and we got to get him. He's coming after me. He's trying to do that and the other, and we got to get him, and just on and on. And my jaws drop. I'm trying to keep my composure because you got to keep your composure while you're on these Zoom hearings. But man, I am like, my mind is spinning at this point. What did I just hear? So next, after my friend's testimony, they bring my lawyer calls my ex to the stand. And as I told you all, I had gathered a great amount of intel in terms of where she lived and some other things that I had gathered to really help build my case.
Right.
And so my lawyer begins to ask her questions. Don't you live at such and such shelter? And then you can see her eyes get wide because she...
Remember, he had put the tracker in the kid's toy, which is legal. Even though he was trying to make sure his kids was all right, as you can tell, he didn't follow her to the shelter. He just wanted to make sure his kids was all right. He did find out it was a shelter, so he probably went by there, but he never went in. But because she had the kids at a homeless shelter, every time she got them,
wasn't aware up to this point that I knew where she lived. And so her eyes get real big, and you could tell even her lawyer had a surprised look on his face. And then she was looking around. Do I even have to answer this question? Because this is the place that's supposed to be keeping me safe from him. But the judge is like, please answer the question, ma'am. Yes, I do live at such and such shelter. Yes, ma'am. And then after the event
Not
on
gone, girl.
129/20, when you left the home, on the next day on 130, didn't you have an altercation with the police where they had to put a bag over your head and restrain you and admit you to the mental health facility? And then you could see her lawyer was like, what? Almost like as if he didn't even know about that. And then you could tell she was shocked as well. And then she's like, yes, that is true. That did happen.
Before we go any further, gentlemen, oh yeah, it's about to get deeper. I need you guys to do me a favor. We got 79 people in the building. We have a second channel that we're watching it from, which is Love Crossing Borders Live. Love Crossing Borders Live is our backup channel just in case anything happens to Love Crossing Borders. You know, we don't trust YouTube like that. So make sure, if you guys don't mind, take a split second out. You're not going to miss anything, but take a split second out to subscribe to Love Crossing Borders Live. And if you haven't subscribed to the Patreon, come on, guys, you're doing something wrong. But Love Crossing Borders Live is the backup channel that some guys are watching from right now. Shout out to you guys that are watching from Love Crossing Borders Live. So we have Love Crossing Borders, but we also have Love Crossing Borders Live that a lot of you guys haven't subscribed to, as well as subscribe to the Patreon. Appreciate you guys, at least 3 guys. And if this information or this video is helping you out, because we got some great things coming down the turnpike for the Patreon. But also, there's one more thing I wanted to share with you guys was the Rumble. Wanted to make sure that you guys who have not supported us by Rumble, make sure you support the channel by way of Rumble. Why am I saying this? All of these are backup avenues for us, guys. In other words, if anything happens to our channel, Love Crossing Borders, we all still want to be able to communicate, reach out, and share information with each other. So make sure that you subscribe to our channels on Love Crossing Borders Live, support the Patreon, as well as, let me get us to the Rumble page. And I'm going to drop that link as well of our Rumble page. So make sure that you guys are subscribing there. Give me a split second and I'll get this information over to you with the Rumble. Shout out to all you guys. And make sure you subscribe to all 3. It's so simple. It's absolutely free to subscribe. And with the Patreon, thank you guys for being paid subscribers. And if you already subscribed, shout out to you guys. But we got 76 people in the building. Make sure that you guys do this. If you're interested in this content that we're producing, not just tonight, but beyond all the other content, just for a backup for us all, because YouTube, yeah, I know they act a fool. So that's why we got Love Crossing Borders Live. Shout out to you guys. And yes, we have over 300 people already over there on Love Crossing Borders Live. Shout out to you guys.
But I'm suing the police. They treat black people differently and that and the other. And you could tell she's just totally stunned. And as I told you all the way, I got that information, and I hadn't told y'all that part yet about her having an altercation with the police the next day. But I had gathered that information through all the texts that I told y'all I was receiving, and she was building up her own timeline of events of what happened. And that was one of the things that I ran across. So I presented that to my lawyer, and my lawyer called her out on it. So then my lawyer's like, well, if there was any sort of traumatic brain injury, don't you think it would have come from that as opposed to a smack from your husband? And you could tell she's totally startled and fumbling over the question. So now she ends her testimony. Now it's time for my next witness to come up, and I'm still dealing with the fumes. I can barely breathe. The dog is still barking up my leg, and I'm just, every time my lawyer's not looking, I'm kicking the dog out of the way. Get out of here. I'm trying to get through this situation. And I'm also thinking that maybe I should have brought more witnesses. As I mentioned, my ex had 6 or 7 witnesses talking about how much of an amazing person she was. And I'm thinking maybe I should have done more. maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I'm still not 100% sure if things are going to go in my favor. You never know in family court how things are going to go.
Especially
And
for
throughout
men.
my preparation, obviously, I talked to my friend, the one that helped me chase her down when we were trying to figure out where she lived and we lost her. He was on board 100%. There were some other people that I had spoken with, but they signed off. They didn't want to do it. But in addition to my friend, I had the support of her family as well. And throughout the course of leading up to getting ready to go through the divorce, I had been speaking with her parents, and I also had been speaking with her sisters. She had cut her parents off. She had cut her sisters off. They weren't speaking at all. And so we wanted to make sure that the children would have a great relationship with their grandparents and their aunties. So now the judge is calling up my last witness. And when my lawyer's preparing for the Zoom, go ahead and bring up your final witness. Let's go ahead and get the Zoom set up. Let's get let's get this person brought in. And so we're getting it set up. Boom. Then pops up on the screen her sister from Baltimore. And the judge says, who is this that we're bringing on? And my lawyer says, oh, it's her sister, Your Honor, because they look like twins. And throughout the process of leading up to the divorce, we had agreed that her sister would testify on my behalf. And so now we got her sister staring on the screen, looking at my ex, and the judge is like, I don't think I want this testimony. I think I'm ready to make a decision. But my lawyer's not paying attention. She's going through her notes, looking for what questions she wants to answer. And then the judge says again, I think I'm ready. I don't think we're not going to do this. I think I'm ready to make my decision.
Now, remember, they're on Zoom. This is COVID. This is in the middle of COVID. He's in his lawyer's office. Even though they're on Zoom, he's in his lawyer's office. The lawyer is a chain smoker. So she got her pack of squares. She's smoking cigarettes while she going through her nose. He say he's in there choking. The lawyer got a little dog. And the little dog, shout out to you. Yes, sir. I appreciate you, brother. I really do. I appreciate you, Tevin. And all you guys that subscribed over on Rumble. Make sure you do that for us, guys, because we want to make sure we have a backup to continue to communicate with each other. So she's smoking squares while her little dog keeps on, biting on his leg or bothering him. He's trying to kick the dog away while he's looking at the Zoom camera trying to talk to the judge. So all this is happening during COVID. So do remember how this is going down. And the judge says, I don't need to hear from no damn body else. Enough is enough. I'm tired of this. I'm done. Let's see what the judge has to say about him, his divorce, the kids, child support, alimony, and everything else.
But then my lawyer fires off a question. Yes, ma'am. Has your sister had a history of mental health issues? And then her sister responds, yes, she's had a history of mental health issues. And then the judge says, stop. That's it. We're not going to do it. I'm ready to make my decision. We don't need the sister anymore. Let's go ahead and get her off of the Zoom. I'm ready to make my final decision. I don't need any more testimony from her. And we were shocked. Wow. What just happened?
He did. That's who just talked. Nobody in her family talked on his behalf. Her sister is talking on her behalf, and the judge said, I ain't trying to hear a thing that you got to say. The judge is telling the sister, stop talking. I'm ready to make my decision. Everybody else is on but mode. She had 6 witnesses. He had 2. His friend and her sister that was married to a millionaire in Tennessee. That's all she had. That's all he had. That's all he had. She had 6 witnesses, and he only had 2. He had the friend speak, and the judge, as soon as her sister started to speak on his behalf, the judge said, I ain't trying to hear from the sister. We're gonna do what we're gonna do.
Even get to give a full testimony. Now the judge is saying he's gonna make his final decision. I'm really hoping that things go in my favor because I had always said that if I get the children, it's going to be better for both of us because I'm going to make it as easy as possible for her as far as co-parenting is concerned, while I felt that she would make it as difficult as possible for me. So I'm definitely hoping that things go in my favor, but you never know at this point. But I'm just hoping that I put myself in the best position and that I've presented the best case that I possibly can. And the judge is now, he stopped all testimony abruptly, and he's ready to make his final decision. And then this is what I think I'm hearing as he starts to speak. He says, child support to the mother, expanded SPO. And then he said some other things that kind of went over my head because at this point I'm focused and I'm looking at the screen, but I'm stunned. I don't know exactly what's happening. And when he said child support to the mother, or at least that's what I thought I heard, I'm thinking, does that mean I have to pay child support and she gets the children? What does that mean? But then after he says all this, he lays his gavel down. That's his final ruling. And I'm just sitting there staring at the screen. I'm not moving because I really don't know what happened. And then my lawyer takes a cigarette, smashes it into the ashtray that's piled a mile high, and throws her hands up and says, you won. You got the kids. And she has to pay you child support.
And she got to pay child support.
What? I did. And she's going on and she's hugging me. She's excited. And now realizing that I've won, it's hard for me to get excited because I immediately think, does anyone really win in these kind of situations? Because my family's been torn apart. The woman that I love for 20 plus years, we're not together anymore. Our marriage and the life that we've lived is over at this point. But in the end, that's how my perfect 20-year marriage abruptly came to an end.
Now, he got the kids. He ended up, not some of you guys may wonder, well, Andre, did she pay the child support? Let's find out. Let's find out if she been.
I think she might go to jail. I think that's unlikely that they'll press her to the point that she'll have to do jail time, especially if she shows up. Now, if she doesn't show up, they may put a warrant out for her arrest. But if she does show up, are they going to say you got to do a little bit of time? Because I can tell you, she hasn't been paying her child support. I mean, she sends me a minimum amount, like $75. You know what I mean? And child support is way more than what she's sending. Thank you, Evangelist. But do y'all think she might find herself in jail?
Yeah, Jeffrey, I got you. It's the part.
I don't think she's going to go to court, but what happens if she doesn't go? Do you just win the case? That's exactly what would happen. I would just win the case.
So she ain't even been paying child support like she's supposed to. She been paying $75 here and there. There's 3 kids involved. So when women sit back and they be complaining about you dudes that don't pay child support, do realize there's a lot of women out there, a lot of mothers out there. They ain't keeping their end of the bargain either. And so he's hoping that she don't get caught up and go to jail.
Clink, clink. You think it's going to be clink, clink, kiki?
Clink, clink.
God,
Lockdown.
That would be crazy. That would really be crazy if that happened.
Locked down. They're going to put her in a shoe. Lock down.
From there, the question is, will she agree to sign over her parental rights? That's
so
the
now,
question.
since she can afford the child support, will she sign over her parental rights? She can't afford the child support. She gonna end up going to jail. But will she sign over her parental rights?
Be willing to do. I have no idea, but it's definitely worth it to make the offer, because the offer that she made or that she wrote up is not going to work at all.
You said that ain't going to work.
There's no way that I would agree to that. And then also, in addition to those 2 days a week that she wants to see the children, those also need to be supervised visits as well. And I told my lawyer that.
She don't even get to see her own kids 2 days a week, Rumble. She don't get a chance to see her kids 2 days a week.
And he said, well, she may not agree if it's supervised visit. I don't care. Let them make that decision. My lawyer seemed to think that wasn't.
Shout out to you, Cortez.
That makes the offer more difficult for her to agree to, but I don't care because she's made things difficult. So guess what? They need to be supervised because one thing she hasn't done in the 4 years that we've been going through all of this, she never follows the rules. So I had to explain to my attorney. And
he had to explain to his attorney what was going on. And so he ended up in a situation that was like not the best situation as far as child support and him taking care of the kids. So that's the problem right there. That's the problem right there. But this is the crazy part. Now remember, she still is a woman that has a bachelor's degree in psychiatry. She's still a woman that is practicing. She has not lost her license. She's still a woman that's out there just doing her thing. And at the end of the day, she crazy as can be. So let's go over to her Instagram. Let's see if we can pull up her IG and see what the hell is going on, what she's been up to lately to where she can't pay child support. And this part will surprise you just as much as before, as the other part. So give me a split second, pull up her IG, because I was on her IG the other day. And I'm like, are you kidding? Are you kidding? She took him, so he's completely off of her IG. Let me pull her up real quick. Give me a split second. Where you sit back and you're like, is this woman serious? Yeah, she's serious. She is serious. Give me a split second, guys. Trying to pull this woman's IG back up. And you're like, come on now. Come on now. Lady, stop it. And just in case you guys wondering, is there two sides to every story? Is there a side to maybe he's not telling everything and she has something to say? She told her story a couple years ago. He's been sitting on his story for years. I'll say this again. He told his story of what happened a couple of years ago. It was her who told her story and tried to make him look bad years ago. So let me see if I can pull her up. Let us see. And then I'll let you guys go because I know we've been on here for quite a while. Quite a while, gentlemen. Quite a while. So she's still, here we go. There we go. She's got what's called J-Rock Academy. They created J-Rock Academy years ago. So let's go to her IG. Let me pull it up real quick, let you guys see this. And then we're going to end the stream, but I want you guys to be able to see this. Let me go here with the kids, with the children's cancer, and then we're going to go over here. Here we go. So this is her IG. He said, I won't be surprised that she's living her best life while neglecting her responsibility. Crazy people, male and female. Look at how she's doing it. She got that money for the gym membership, even though her body built funny. Of course, she looked like she ain't got no. She from Detroit. Come on now, girl. You got to represent the booties. You ain't got no. Anytime you can look at a woman from the front, you can tell she ain't got no butt. Come on, girl. This your girl. This your girl. Makeup caked up. Makeup caked up. No butt. Dang shame. She making the D look bad. This your girl. Tons of makeup. Tons of makeup. This is her latest. She got a podcast called the J. So she's still keeping his last name. Notice that's his last name that she run around with. Talk about Rockman. That's his last name. Work life. Using this man's last name with a cake up face full of caked up makeup. These videos are not, oh, this is 2024, October 2024. That's what this video is. The duty of comedy is to correct men by amusing. That's what she said, the beauty of comedy. She's still all on the news. This is 2024, October 2024. She's still on the news. Yes, she in fit class. Okay, she's trying to take care of her body, even though she's showing everybody else. She's in fit class. Shout out to everybody else. So she just living her best life. She got gym memberships and she all in the gym, exercising, working remotely, doing her thing. Them kids over there hungry than a motherfucker. Them kids like, mama, when we gonna eat? When you gonna send this child support money, mama? When you gonna send this child support money? Let's hear what she got to say.
IG Live Lunch and Learn that we're having today with guest speaker, therapist, author, and toxic relationship coach, Matthew Pfeiffer. I am going to see if I can add him now. I usually have tech support doing this for me, but I am leaning in, expanding my horizons. I'm getting out of my own comfort.
She usually has tech support do this when it comes to Instagram. Any of you guys that have done Instagram Live, or you know anybody that does Instagram Live, from Afro Wahida to Kevin Samuels, did Kevin Samuels ever have tech support? When they were doing the battles on Instagram during COVID, this singer versus that singer, did they have tech support? Why is this woman lying about tech support? What? Rumble, why is she lying about tech support?
Zone. I ask you guys to get out of your comfort zone. Me, I'm her. So I think I should be able to invite Matthew in just a moment. Hello, I'm gonna try and wave to some of you as you're coming in. I'm glad that you're here. I think it's dope that you decided to spend your lunch break learning today. I think that's admirable. And if you have not already, please go ahead and go to our website if you want updates. Like if you want to be in the know and know where we're going to be in the world for our live events, or you want to know what I'm doing on NPR radio or on CBS, or want practice.
So she's on CBS and she's on NPR. This is 2024, October.
Practical tips and tools and life. Join us for our live lunch and learn with the J Rock Report podcast. You can subscribe at iTunes.
Waking up.
Narcissists will record photos of you in your most vulnerable, intimate moments. Ain't nobody on the bed, and use them for exploitation. Sounds like she's talking about her ex, doesn't it? Yeah, brothers, she's still crazy. And yeah, she look like a dude. And yes, she looks like she's from Ringling Brothers or Romper Room or Oopsie the Clown. Shout out to Detroit Oopsie the Clown. For all you Oopsie the Clown fans. Yes, sir. Choo choo, man. Listen, hey. I don't even know. How can she get away without paying child support and be out in the open with it? She all out in the open with it. She just like, you know what? If you don't like it, too damn bad. I'm still doing big things. I don't know who this dude is. Right here, your boy. But she definitely keep the camera on your boy. You notice this? Ricky Fontaine. Is this not Ricky Fontaine? Pretty Ricky, what they call him. This is Ricky Fontaine from Martin. We found him, gentlemen. This is Ricky Fontaine in her eyes. Pretty Ricky, what they call him. Pretty Ricky, what they call him. Pretty Ricky, what they call him. He's all over her page. But she can't afford the child support for them kids. Movement is medication. She playing the guitar for y'all. Me in a fast car. Now, this is the crazy part. We know that she ain't had no time to learn to play the guitar, but she probably stopped somebody on the streets. Let me hold your guitar. Okay, cool. Take a picture of me. Cool. Now I'm going to play some music of somebody else playing the guitar. She been crazy that long.
Visit Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's chambers.
This is Justice Thurgood Marshall's mantle clock.
And you'll see she's a student of history.
Shout out to Kanji. Showing y'all some love. I want that. That's what you want. That's what you want right there. Come on, you don't need a passport when you got that in the States. You got that in the States, you don't need a passport. Stop lying to yourself. Stay in the States, because this is what you're going to be getting. That's the look of love. The look of love. It's in, it's in, it's in, it's in your it's in your eye. I'm just saying, the look of love. The look of love. Come on now. It's the color of love. It's the color of love. Come on, y'all want this right here.
Finishing my workday in the lazy river doing planks. It's okay to be unconventional. Little aqua therapy and ecotherapy, this vitamin D and this fresh air and this water, saltwater pool. Oh my gosh. Like, I feel like $1,000 after working a whole day.
Not bad.
Because I did the second half in the lazy river. So don't just talk about it, be about it. Go out and do that. Go out and live that dream, but live that self-care and take care of.
She all in the self-care. But what about child care? Can we get some child care in here? University of Michigan and Texas in the background. So she's still living in Texas. This is 2024, August. This is August 2024. So she's still in Texas, repping Texas and the University of Michigan. Go Blue. With Ricky Fontaine. Friends for 13 years. Pretty Ricky, what they call him. Pretty Ricky, what they call him. This your girl right here. Look at the lips. She giving you the duck lips. She giving you the big eyes. She's showing you the pupils. She's showing you the pupils. You know, you guys, she like for you guys to be busting in her pupils. Don't bust on her face. Bust directly in her eye. Directly into the pupils. Bust in her pupils. All right, I see your sister, you pupil freak. Pupil freaks. And all the people that she got on here crazy as hell. Taraji, Will Smith. All the people she got on here be acting crazy. Oh, shit.
Life goes on, honey, to her, my babies.
Let me find out she posted photos of total strangers. Let me find out she posted photos with total strangers. Let me see if there's dad. I don't know. I don't know. It's just one thing. He said, one thing I've learned over the years, no matter how pretty or ugly a woman is, it's a dude somewhere that can't stand her. Pretty Ricky, what they call him. Ricky Fontaine. Ricky Fontaine. That forehead, boy. That forehead is, yeah. If you're going to be with her, you got to accept the big foe. Come on, man. She funny built. Man. Dude. This dude could have got a passport. He spent 20 years with this chick. Could have got a passport and did better than this. What are we doing, men in the States? Men in the States, what are y'all doing? Y'all could have got a passport. Look at what y'all dealing with. Is this the best that you can do? I'm being entertained. Am I not entertained? This is the best that y'all can do? The best. She's standing in front.
Hey, bar corner pocket calling out. Hey, bar corner pocket.
She got the Burlington Coat Factory hoodie. The Burlington Coat Factory hoodie on. Recognized by many, owned by a few. She rocking the Burlington Coat Factory hoodie. Matching shoes. Skirt don't match nothing but the background. And she's standing by somebody else's car that she never met before, not in. Yeah, times are tight. She's in California at this time period. This was in June 2024. Times are tight. Times are tight. This your girl.
You haven't met all the people who are going to love you in your life yet.
This is true. Let me let her cook. Guys, you need to hear this. You haven't met all the women that's gonna love you in your life yet.
And so when you meet all these people who are gonna love you, they do not want to meet a vengeful person. Okay? Because they're gonna get the overflow of that vengefulness.
Oh, girl, Janice should have thought about that.
As a matter of fact, they're not going to get the overflow of that vengefulness. They're going to get nothing. They're going to go so far with you, and then it's going to stop. I've been with those people. You can't keep backtracking as what wrong someone did to you or whatever. You got to figure out how to heal that. You haven't met.
Yeah, man. This your girl. So just in case she got her a dog, what did Kevin Samuel say? We're going to end it right here. This is the perfect photo. Kevin said, winter is coming. Buy a dog. Die alone with Ricky Fontaine, Pretty Ricky, what they call him. We're going to end it right there. That photo says it all. That photo right there. Look at them nails. Those same nails were the nails that was dug into my man balls. He had to slap the shit out of her to keep her from squeezing his balls. Buy a dog. And we've seen this dog a couple times already. Buy a dog, die alone. Damn shame. 20 years later. She's in her 40s. She's probably about 45 right about now. He fell for that black. Yeah, that black. Come on now, that chocolate coochie. You know chocolate coochie, boy. Crazy. I know. That's why I played this video. Oh yeah, that right about now, because she ain't had no intimacy in a couple days. Is fire. My man Tevin King over on Rumble says he said, folks, it helps to grow the channel when it comes to Rumble. Smash the like button as well as YouTube. Shout out to you, Tevin. Make sure you guys are subscribing to the channels. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. He said, wait a minute. Is that a white man even dating her on the plane or where the right. That's how crazy she is. Dude, think about you got a woman that's crazy enough that while you sleeping on a plane, you know, it's a long flight, you tired, you've been working all day, you sleep. Some chick is leaning on you, taking photos as if she your boo. When Kevin Samuels said this, and I'm going to end this on a serious note. When he said that statistically, women are the fastest growing rate of alcoholics because of wine. And women are the fastest people right now to be on psychiatric meds. We as men kind of laugh that off and kind of like, oh, well, I'll say that again. Let it sink in after hearing this dude's story. Women are the fastest growing alcoholics in the country. No matter what race, women are also the fastest growing individual on psychiatric meds. And women are the fastest growing group, and I knew this, when it comes to being incarcerated into psych wards. Men don't even come close. It used to be men being locked up in psych wards. Women are being locked up on a regular basis because they can't handle the pressure of everyday life. Kevin Samuels once said that pressure is made for shoulders, not for hips. Men can tolerate stuff a little bit longer. Not saying that we don't have our own issues, but men can tolerate things a little bit longer than it seems that women can. So at the end of the day, now that you guys have heard this story, dudes, when you go to these other countries, please, I'm saying please, even if the coochie is good, if she is putting you through hell, if she's got kids that's putting you through hell, leave. Stop being a simp and leave. There is so much life as he is shown. One of the things that I try to show you guys is this. Y'all ready? Let me enjoy some Altoids. Me and Andre gonna fight if she ate up all my Altoids. Okay, cool. Because I know her. Enjoy my Altoids. One of the examples that I try to show guys, y'all ready? And a lot of you guys do this. A lot of you guys do this like I do. I try to show you that there is life after divorce. I try to show you that there is a good life waiting for you after incarceration. after relocation. But I also try to, it's easy to show you guys a good life after I've relocated to another country, and I show you relocation is good. I show you that I spent 10 years in the feds, 5 years in the States. And I could tell you that there is life after incarceration. I'm an example of it, right? If you trust me with that, incarceration, relocation, brothers, trust me, there's life after a divorce. It hurts, it's hard to think that all those years that you put in are going down the drain. But if you need to leave for peace, brother, I'm here to tell you, yes, there is peace on the other end. If you've done everything to try to work it out. For all you dudes that are in other countries, and you know deep down in your heart, and I mean seriously, that this woman who is so beautiful, gorgeous, sexy, funny, fun, but she is not the best that God has for you, you need to leave her alone. I don't know why I got the church music going. You need to leave her alone. It might be a woman that's in the Philippines where she is, but that don't mean that Filipino is the one for, or Filipina is the one for you. That Colombiana, that woman in Brazil or Peru, if you know, man, I balance it out. You know, she's cool, dog, but she do put me through some things, but she cool. We go work it out. Dude, many of us are past the age to work it out. You too old to be trying to work stuff out, dude. You 61. Ain't no working out. Let it go. I would rather be 61, let somebody go and meet somebody that God sent to me by 62 and a half than to be with somebody till 69 that I know they don't mean me no good. And I feel like now it's too late. And I'm staying with that person because I think I'm going to die in the next 5 years anyway. You should not feel like that, man, if you got a passport. You should not be in a position to where you feel like I'm going to stay with her anyway because I'm older now and I might die in the next 5 years, so I might as well tolerate her. There is no way in hell you should be compromising if you think that you only got 5 years left and that's the best that you can do. All you young brothers, I got you. I got you. That coochie is fire. You in Brazil, you ain't never gave nobody anal in the States. And them dang Brazilians love it in their booty. You losing your mind. I'm in love. You calling your mama, your baby mama, the kids, everybody. I'm in love. I got you. If that woman does not make you feel like Superman outside the bed, it doesn't matter if she makes you feel like you the man in the bed. I'm gonna say that one more time for you young dudes. Just because she makes you feel like the man in the bed, if she does not make you feel like Superman outside the bed, you need to start slowly but surely cutting that hef off. All of us are already laughing at you. Oh yeah, if you think Andre the only one that laughs at you in Brazil and we see your heifer, do you know how many Colombian brothers that many of us are laughing at when you come to Colombia? There are dudes here that have been here just as long as I have in Cali that we laugh at because these dudes fell in love with pay-for-play chicks and the pay for play chick gave them that so good that they couldn't walk away. And it's been 5, 6, 7 years. Everybody that ran through her, locals, foreigners, everybody that ran through these women. And there's dudes that I know right now in Cali, Colombia, and you can't tell them nothing about their pay for play. Wish you would. You'll get your head knocked off trying to tell some of these brothers that your woman ain't the one. I'm saying it straight up, guys. If she ain't the one, God got greater waiting for you. Stop compromising like we did back in the States and take the time out and allow God to introduce you to the woman that's going to rule and take care of you and spoil you for the rest of your life. And if your pay for play cooks, don't fall for it. But Dre, F what you talking about. She cooked for me. She cleaned for me. She sucked my toes. Will she be like that for the rest of life? Some of us got 30 more years left. Some of you guys got 50 more. Some 60 more years to be on this planet. You know deep down inside, ain't nothing about that chick that you dating say she can keep this up for 60 years. Andrea, your girl, from day one until today, 7 years later, you would swear the way Andrea treats me, I was 83 years old already. Some of y'all that went over your head. Like my screen, my lens. You would swear I was 83 years old already. The way Andrea spoils and takes care of your boy. So if I got 30 more years left to walk this planet, I can already tell for the next 30 years how this woman is going to talk to me, how she's going to treat me, how she's going to spoil me, and how I treat her and spoil her. She already acts like it. But if you can tell that that woman that you're with only treats you like that for the money or temporarily, dude, let her. I promise you, there is life after divorce. There is life after a breakup. I promise you. And you already know this. You've been through breakups since you was 15. Your first girlfriend who broke up, that hurt. Your girlfriend that broke up with you at 19, that hurt. Your girl who you had to leave at 22, that you've been breaking up and making up your whole life. Stop being scared in other countries. Don't be like this brother, hanging around for 20 years, having kids, and now you have to reap the headache because you decide to hang out with a woman that was crazy because the coochie was. Crazy coochie ain't always the best coochie. But I'm going to end it right there. Shout out to all you guys that were here for the 5 hours and 15 minutes, 5 hours and 20 minutes of this live stream. I shared it because I care about you guys more than you realize, and I don't say that flippantly. We really do on this channel. Shout out to my man Joseph, 60 years, and they'll be marrying robots. Here's the kicker. Many of us won't be around for that 60 years, so you better find somebody. Shout out to Joseph, you right, but you better find somebody now. Y'all better find somebody now. He said, yep, homelessness too. He said, I see more homeless women than ever. Oh, yeah, that is true. You absolutely correct. Statistically, women are increasing in homelessness. Yes. Yes, there is so much that women increase in it. When they sit back, we're the most educated. Yet you also are the most in college debt. See, men have moved on from just getting a degree. That's the part that women don't realize. Men realize, okay, if I don't get a 4-year degree, let me get my DCL. Let me get a license, a certification to where I get my driver's license to become a truck driver. Let me work on these trains. Men are like, you know what? Let me go into the military. Oh, Theo's teaching classes. I can get certifications in AWS. Let me get that certification. I got a brother, my man D. He'll be coming down here in a couple of months. I remember me and D started off 2 brothers, broke as can be, with just regular jobs. We weren't broke though. We were just regular jobs in Tampa. This before Jeffrey came down. Jeffrey knows who D is. When I first started YouTube and I was going back and forth from the States, D said, dude, let your apartment go. You can stay with me in my apartment. D sat back. He said, I saw your work ethic, Dre. He said, and I began to emulate it. Fast forward to today. My boy D owns a house, got his insurance license. He's getting $10,000 bonuses, $10,000 bonuses, $20,000 bonuses. He's one of the best salesmen of insurance there is. He didn't get a degree. What's my point? There's a lot of us men that are like, damn a degree. See, women ain't caught on to damn a degree yet. If y'all wonder why women are bragging about degrees and we looking at them like yawning, you got a what? Yeah. Because men have caught on to like, if I get a certification for this, if I can get the license for that, if I start a business for this, if I can go get the permit to build that. Men have already passed that bullshit. So when women sit back and say the black woman is the number, that's because everybody letting you go, girl, go on, spend your money, go into debt. Brothers have already passed. Let me get my certifications. Let me get my certs. And at the end of the day, guys, you have to realize after all the hard work you put in, you deserve better. Just like that brother who we just watched for the last few hours, he deserved better too. I wish more brothers with passports. If I could get brothers with passports to leave in the States, whatever caused you to date whoever the hell it was in the States, and start brand new. A lot of you have the habit of dating ain't-ish women in the States, and you come right to Colombia and date ain't-ish chicks in Colombia and wonder why, how the hell is it still going backwards? I wish that getting your passport meant that it was like Men in Black. You can hit your forehead with your passport, boom, and all your memory in the States disappear when it comes to the stupidity of our dating behavior in the States. And you had no fear of being with quality women in other countries. When these cameras go off, and I'm going to end it like that. When these cameras go off, that is probably my greatest sadness. That is my greatest sadness with Passport Bros. How we have money, how we have accomplished goals and did some amazing things in our home country. And we come to other countries and let females with 6th grade education, because they're so sexy, destroy our lives. Some men have walked into the middle of the ocean and never walked back out because of a pay-for-play or party girl or scammer chick. There are men in Colombia in jail because you deleted some Colombian chick that a Colombian wouldn't waste 30 seconds of time trying to sleep with. A Colombian wouldn't even look at the woman you in jail for. And yet you're in jail for her. We got to get together, gentlemen. We got to get it together. Yeah, I know about the sex robots. I didn't know about that. I've been knowing about that for years. Yeah. So I know I followed the technology. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, guys, let me let you guys get some rest. I'm going to get some rest myself. It is 1 o'clock in the morning, almost 2 o'clock in the morning. In 2 minutes, let me let you guys get some rest. I appreciate you guys following us on Love Crossing Borders. We will be back mañana, tomorrow, with another live stream. Let's get ready to do this outro video. You're sure? You're sure. Appreciate you guys. Let's go down. Have I shown this one in a while? Let's have fun.
cerca como enero y diciembre.
This ain't a Beamer, that's a big deal. Chrome heart got me kissing on his best friend. Put in work, baby, you could be my best man. Sending cash to my account, he investing. Dark shades on when I'm off the Migos. He tryna cuff me like a Anna Rico. Moving through this like GTA with a cheat code. He claimed that he love me, but before not a freak. I just wanna dance all night. Can't nobody do it just like I. Boy, you got just what I like. Come on, baby, let's kiss, don't fight. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. Just say the word, baby, I'ma get you right. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. Ain't gotta say it, I know I'm the one you like. Ooh, damn, so the DJ turn the beat up. Got a white boy who be singing like a Beatle. Claim she getting bread, but I heard she doing keto. I don't do drugs, I'ma smoke a little weed up. I can't chase a man for no paper. I just think it's sweet, I'ma show him now or later. I be getting money on the wake up. He a broke boy, tell that bitch get his cake up. Only with dope boys, they the ones who spinning paper, get your weight up. Told him send an Addy and to stay up. She's out here mad, told him assalamu alaikum. Who that 5'5", she don't even need no makeup. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. Just say the word, baby, I'ma get you right. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. Ain't gotta say it, I know I'm the one you like.